to court. I understand there are a lot of political fights and strategies, but I think some of these lawyers, they are acting just like ordinary citizens without separating their professional proficiency, whereby they have to remove themselves from emotional response, other than having a professional response where you deal with facts, where you deal with also political strategies in terms of how do you respond to issues whereby, for example, when they realized that the speaker had acted in error in that instance, it was also a matter of balancing the whole thing, where this whole thing was emanating from, which was really trying to prove that Chabangu was not a member of CC, Chabangu was not a signatory, and also Chabangu was not the Secretary General. Because in generality, we all know that Chabangu is not the Secretary General of CC. And at the same time, again, we know that this is in the public domain, that this is a political game. It's a political gimmick which is being played now and now being played in the court. But at the same time, that's what our lawyers should be very much, well acquainted to, in terms of how we respond, how we deal with those issues, to make sure that we have competent arguments in court. So that's what I can say. That I'm just hoping that CC and also we are going to look into that with that respect, whereby we have to look after the aftermath of this court. How are we going to deal with the by-elections themselves if they are to happen? How are we going to deal with the signatory of the person who is going to sign, the forms of those people who are going to participate? How are we going to deal with making sure that Chabangu doesn't interfere again with this whole process in the long run, or even in these by-elections? Because those MPs, they were elected by the people who are in the constituencies, of which at the moment I haven't seen even any one of those MPs coming up with these with the local or the constituency members debunking what Shabangu is doing, because that's one of the strategies that I thought some of these MPs were going to utilize in this window to try to prove and show again that they were chosen by the people to represent those constituencies, and Chabangu has no say in whatever, the way they were selected, the way they were voted into parliament.
Right.
But it's something that I'm seeing that we are failing in terms of how we strategize in these things, and also to debunk these kind of, imposters. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, for that. Let us move on. I've got new speakers that I want to, bring in. So I want to begin by Fox. You're going to be followed by Magneto, Lord, and Smarters. Let us go with that order, please.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for giving me the position. Yeah, Chair. Don't take it away from me, please.
Yes. In Zimbabwe, we don't have a political regulations act or something like that. It's only a political finance act. So in terms of registration and or legislation that speaks to registration, how the organization must run, we don't have all those things. So in Zimbabwe, a party is only identified by it's basically like, running as a private entity or non-profit making organization which basically submits itself to Zimbabwe Zimbabwe Elections Commission. So basically, at ZEC, the requirements there is the party leader that actually gives authority to whoever must represent the political party in terms of candidates that are going to participate in elections. So basically, by definition, a political party in Zimbabwe is basically made by the candidates that have run for office. So Chabang, in this case, or why CCC is asking his evidence of showing that, how did he say these people have ceased?
Can you come again? Basically, the political party is what?
Basically, CCC is made up of its party president who participated in the election.
Right.
And it's also made up by also candidates that participated in the run-up for power and got selected. So these individuals, they are the people that are recognized in this country as the party of CCC. We don't know Chabang. Chabang didn't run for any political office. You understand? So who is the leader in this whole pack for CCC? Is the party president that ran for the presidential and got over 2 million votes, followed by his MPs, followed by his councillors. That have also been, all those people being confirmed by ZEC that these people participated in the elections. So that there's a disgruntled person like Chabangu who is not happy about certain issues in the party doesn't hold water, because he didn't participate in this process. Because in Zimbabwe, we don't have anything that regulates how a political party must run its business. So you don't have a right to ask even me about the constitution. All you need to know is the people that have participated. That's all. Those are the people that make a political party. So anyone who didn't participate, you are a member there by social standing. But in terms of recognized people for CCC, it's those who ran for office. And moreover, those who won and have been proclaimed by
how about the issue of party membership? So are you saying if you are not an MP or if you have not run for office and you don't qualify to be called a party member, saka vayo vanotengesa membership cards, what's up with that then?
That one is internal party business at law. The law in Zimbabwe, there's no regulation at law that says this is the definition of a member.
But the definition of a member of a political party is something that is internal and can be settled by the internal documents of that political party.
Chief, the law is straightforward. A person who is run for a political office through ZEC, those are the people that are recognized in this country as the members by law.
Sorry, Mkoma, which law are you referring to?
Which law is that?
Where is the law in Zimbabwe that talks to say party A, B, C, D must submit a constitution, must do this, must do that to prove that it's a political party, or someone to prove that they are a member? So what I'm trying to say is the party president here is well known by his social identity in terms of the voting that he received publicly. And that is the supreme person in that political party to be deciding, followed by those other members at the lower ranks that participated. So Chabang doesn't hold any of these, doesn't have power to recall anyone.
Uncle Jed, quick one.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
I hear where my brother is coming from, but because of the kind of conversation, he might not be understood, and somehow he doesn't, you know. Maybe a quick
What are
one
you
across voice that,
understanding you yourself?
he's trying to say if Tirima members at Dynamos, kuti tiri Dynamos tiri kutamba tinooneka muground kuti tisive Dynamos. I think that's what he's trying to say. If you are not in the ground playing or pamasapo apo wakapfeka zvedynamos kuti uri member yedynamos iri kutamba, then hauzikani. I think that's what I think I'm understanding.
Saka even my executive members, my committee members, they don't matter because I was put on ground.
That's what I hear saying. But this is where I was coming from. Listen to this one. He says there's no law. I'm not a guru. I don't even know law. But I'm just using, like I've always said, I connect dots. When the CCC went to submit or to register the party CCC, they were asked to give the constitution. And of course, I heard them saying, we don't know where that comes from, that they want the constitution. So whether they illegally asked for the constitution or not is something else. But number two, I want somebody to help me. When you register, say I register to be a president of a party, PDTD, whatever the name I can give. For me to register to be a presidential candidate in the election, am I not supposed to have a number of sizable signatories to show that I do have a following? This is a question. Is there no law like that? Is there no requirement of that nature or what?
Because in any registration in Zimbabwe, my political parties, it's only with ZEC. For my purposes, who participate in my elections. That is where, but
it's not even called the registration process. That process, when it comes to elections, those who want to participate as political parties, they go and present themselves as a group or as an individual, if you're an independent. Then there's money that is put my requirements. Those are the things that you meet. There's no all this thing of we are trying to hear that they need your intent, to know your internal organization. No.
No, but my question is, let me repeat my question. Maybe I was not understood. My question is, when I go and register to participate from a political party as presidential candidate, is there no requirement of a certain number of signatures proving that indeed I do have support, I am from the people? Is there no, from a political party not being an independent, or even an independent, is there no law of that nature? Something is coming to
a
mind,
requirement, you have to be nominated by all provinces. If you are a presidential candidate, I think there's a requirement you have to be nominated by, I think, all provinces here. Then
it's 10 per each province.
Yeah, 10 per each in province.
Yeah,
and then
so
an MP, you have to be nominated by
by 10 people. 10 people
constituents Marco.
Yeah.
Then with those, what proof do you present to ZEC that I'm nominated? What proof? Is it just the signatures? Do those people that signate whatever you are bringing before ZEC have some proof that they belong to your party? What exactly is the step there? There's something that I'm learning because of this conversation.
I don't think that has to do with the people who are. I don't think that has to do with the people who are members of a political party. Because if you go to a constituent entity, if I want to nominate a candidate, I might nominate a person even though I don't belong to their political party, but I just want them to, represent me. I think, that is how it works. You just, make sure that you have people, but usually, manje, zvinozoitika inyaya yekuti, since it's kudila nenyaya yema-political parties, it then makes it easier now for people who belong to your political party to just, nominate you. But I think you can nominate, I think anyone can nominate anyone.
Can I come in, Uncle J?
And Yani?
Give blessing.
Okay.
In fact, I think there's somewhere where we are just missing the point. ZEC, even when they are contesting as an independent, you still have to go through the checks. You have to be legally competent enough to be a member. There is a framework which you have got to fit in. So if a member is contesting a political banner, that information is also needed, that you are contesting under a political banner. You are not contesting under as an independent or as an individual. So these things, it's the requirement from ZEC, whereby because you represent a public, whereby you have got to be answerable, and there must be some kind of traceability in terms of if something goes wrong or whatever. So it's standard. So on the pretext of what most of the people are alluding in terms of CC having no constitution and having no structure, these are just assumptions which are just being proffered by people on the platforms. But in reality, if they really ask through the proper channels, CC has got a constitution. CC has got structures which are there. Till the time we went into the election, there was a lot of things that were happening. They were happening through structures. They were happening through a system for us to be able to be in this position. So I don't think it's a matter of an argument in terms of whether CC has got to prove, whether it has already proven that to ZEC, and it can still prove that to the courts. So it's not a case of people having a prejudgment about the CC being able to prove that Chabangu is not a member. They have all that evidence, but these are still just discussions in the public domain where people they are having assumptions that CC can't prove that Chabangu is not a member. They have got a lot of paperwork which they can easily prove that Chabangu is not. He might be a supporter, because we did ask that any member of, whether you're coming from ZANU-PF, whether you're coming from, you can join the citizens movement. But in terms of administration and all the other things, the responsibility was given to non-people who are part of the party, who are part of our structure.
Right. Thank you very much, for that. You know what? I'm just trying. I'm just running around, trying to see. I'm going focusing. Don't worry, I'll come to you. I'm just trying. I'm just running around to see if I can get the pack. Chabangu, because I want to see what he is tendered in as evidence. Yeah. Saga, as soon as I get it, it's looking promising. But as soon as I get it, I will let you guys know. Right. Okay, folks. If you can quickly, go through. I want to ask, Magneto, to give presentation, because the thing with he doesn't have much time, and then Smarters whatever. I'll add Mwese, but we request that to be added, very soon. Let us go ahead, Ngoma folks. Just finish off. I think Ndrunz, which is point yenyu kwa mukutaura and my explanations azupiwa. Saga, please just finish off.
Yes, further to that, when it now comes to recalling of a member, that now also goes with the organization, because of, I think, I'm not saying I'm thinking, but judging by any constitution that I've seen for various political parties, not just in Zimbabwe, but also maybe in the Southern region, for you to reach a decision to say we are terminating or dismissing certain people from the party, that decision is not taken by an individual. It means the top executive of that political organization has to meet, and then there must be resolutions, executive resolutions from that particular political organization to say we are terminating so and so and so for this and this and that reason. You don't just arrive in ZANU-PF and say, as Fox, I'm firing the party president, I'm firing so and so as an individual. It doesn't work like that.
But Mukoma Fox, if I may ask, isn't it's a process of the political party which has got nothing to do with the with the law that we are discussing here, which is Section 129. It's an internal process of the party, and I believe the party will then use whatever it's the constitution or the regulatory that is operating under. Isn't it that the
I want to
scenario
come
that
to
we might
that
find
second.
ourselves in?
Right. Okay.
I want to come to the second part of, because you were thinking when someone goes to ZEC, that is when it's talking about registration of a party. No, registration of a party has nothing to do with ZEC. Is just going to compete for a certain political office. You are just registering, but your organization is already regulating itself by your own constitution. Then when you are also proclaimed as a winner by ZEC, there's also a process that you go to be also engaged in parliament. You don't just walk from holding your documentation from ZEC and just step at parliament building and wake up and saying I'm already attending caucus meetings or whatever, parliament business there. There is also a process of the political party to make sure that all its members are engaged in parliament formally. So that procedure is communicated by an office bearer in a political party. So it means that political office has to be the one that makes the communications with the parliament. It can't be any Tom and Jack who want to write whatever and then go to parliament and say, I'm recalling so and so. Where have you ever seen that?
Right. I think that process is quite clear because we have seen through evidence or through past or occurrences we have seen that happening. Kuti munu before the person is recalled, there are internal processes that take place, etc. And what happened with Chabang with something that is totally new. This is why when he came here this other time, I was left gobsmacked as to his contributions, and I was left with a question as to whether these people had actually ceased to be members of the political party. His argument was that these were just imposed. They were imposed by because of one being a girlfriend or being a what or being a what or being a what. But as to what exactly these people done themselves in their own capacity for them to be recalled or for them to be declared as people that have been tried, have gone through the processes in the party for them to be declared as no longer members of a political party. That part right there was actually missing. So if in this court case here, if the judge wants to actually, I don't know if the judge is prepared to have that, to have that, understanding. I think, is going to be found, wanting in that, aspect. But I don't know whether it is something that, will be happening when the judge is going over whatever it is that has been presented, to him. But it will be quite interesting to find out exactly what, Chabangu has put in, in his, defense. But anyway, let us, move on. Magneto, take the mic, and then we'll go to, Smarters.
Thank you, Ongojet. Mine, I think, is just a question. There is a speaker here, I think should be Baba Shona. Apparently, I didn't get the chance to listen to the court proceedings. He said, Uriri in his defense, Uriri who was representing or who is representing Chabangu, asked the Triple C MP's advocate, that lady, a question saying, prove to me or prove to Chabangu, to us that Chamisa is the leader of Triple C. Is that true or not? That you asked that question. Can someone just...
Yes, it's true.
Okay. To me, that question is stupid and it doesn't make sense. And as an advocate for him to ask that question, he is representing Chabangu. Chabangu, who in his court papers says, I belong to Triple C, whose president is Chamisa. And this is Chabangu's lawyer asking that question, saying, prove to me that Chamisa is the leader of Triple C. I don't know. That's my question. To me, everything then makes no sense to me. If definitely Uri asked that question, but his client in his papers is saying Chamisa is my president, the president of Triple C.
Yeah,
Thank you.
there was an argument which was going on, or debate which was going on between these two learned, lawyers about the issue of the letter yatingachitornesva yakainyorwa ichinda kuna Speaker of Parliament. So the argument was now that the lawyer from the 14, she was presenting a case yekuti no, President Chamisa, she said Advocate Nelson Chamisa wrote a letter to point out that any correspondence inoitwa between Triple C as a political party sinobuda from his office, and ndobva that letter, the one on the 11th of September. And then Uriri was now giving an example, which I think it was a question as well, to say anyone can then come and say, me, I'm this. Can you prove to us that this person that you are referring to, Chamisa, and he said Chamisa is the president of this political party? Where is the tangible evidence to that? That was the argument between the two.
Right. Okay. I want to go to Chasamuka. Chasamuka, can you come through, please? Followed by Nkala.
Hello, Uncle Jed. Thank you very much for giving me this space to make my very small contribution. Firstly, I just make an observation. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Yes.
Okay. First, I want just to make an observation that Triple C lawyers and probably President Chamisa himself made an oversight, which some previous speakers pointed out. All this argument and debate would have been avoided if President Chamisa had written an affidavit affirming that those 14 are bona fide members of Triple C, and he is the president and was the presidential candidate, and point out that as far as his party is concerned, Chabangu does not hold any position. That's the first thing. And then the second thing is that Chabangu is claiming to be an office bearer of Triple C. And in his communication, he states that the president is Nelson Chamisa. So if the court wants to be fair, it can just ask one question, like, excuse me for using this biblical analogy. When Jesus was asked, should we give Caesar what belongs, should we pay taxes to Caesar? He said, give me a coin. And he asked, whose head is on this coin? They said, Caesar's. And then he said, give Caesar what belongs to Caesar. The logo that Chabangu uses is emblazoned with Chamisa's face. That's the logo of the Triple C. So if the head of the Triple C is saying, surely I do not know this guy, nor does he hold office in my party, what right would the court have to impose a person who is not known by that party? That's my contribution, Uncle Jet.
Right. Bekatsinzwe wankala man Magadi.
I'm good, and how are you? Am I audible?
Yes, you are very audible. Say, go ahead.
All right. In this question, what we have is in the courts, what exactly is at play? What
Mm-hmm.
needs to be proven? What is it that the court case is trying to stop or is deriving to actually prove? Is it to prove that the members of parliament recalled are members of Triple C? If that is the case, unfortunately, the way they are presenting it, they are not going to present that. And to the court, it is going to give a judgment that those people have not proven beyond doubt that they are members of Triple C. Because that is number one, the issue on contention. Are they able to prove that they are still members of Triple C and deserve to be reinstated? The other issues and factors that we're bringing in are nothing of importance. What is there in front of the court is, did you steal or did you buy? And buying is actually producing a receipt, if you have, is showing evidence that you paid for the good, is showing evidence that you did not take without proper or due what processes. So the rest of the other debates that we're bringing in here are not actually what is there. The problem that we have in the court of public opinion is that we want to think our assumptions of what the court is, or we want to keep our aspersions on the court so that we can then castigate after we have been given a wrong decision because we thought so and we thought we saw so. What is most important is the ability to prove not that Chabangu or Chamisa, but to prove that these people that have been recalled are still bona fide members of Triple C and they were not recalled. Thereby, there is no vacancy or no need for a by-election. If that is not what they are going to argue in court, they will then cry afterwards when that has been given that they did not prove beyond doubt that they are actually members of Triple
Right,
C and
right.
still did what to be.
Comma. If you are on that point, because the draft order here, the draft order is seeking that it be and is hereby declared that Shabangu had no right or authority to write letters to Mudenda recalling applicants from the National Assembly. Because if you take away the fact that they've said, okay, we are now focusing on Chabango, that is what they are praying for for the courts to make the determination that Chabango had no right or authority. So, given everything that has been discussed or has been presented, do you think that there is there stand a chance of having the judge finding in their favor on the basis of what they've produced in the course of law?
Unfortunately, they will produce what is theirs because there is no written down evidence to show that they can produce such. He also has written down evidence to show that he is a member because he participated as a signatory. And when they were arguing on the facts that they should have, at a moment where they should have actually produced a name, they actually blamed ZANU PF and FAS for having signed for candidates. But at court, when the case in between the 12 of Bulawayo and the others, I think of Rusape or so, were being brought in when they were being pulled, they were trying to say they were double candidates. They simply said that there was forging of a signature. And if it is true that Chabang was a signatory, someone was forging Chabangu's signature. So that makes him a member and an approved member who was signing for the candidate. So it's a very difficult case to prove now that in the first instance, there may be evidence with ZEC if he signed, because even up to now, they haven't told us who signed, where they were saying there was forging of a signature. And where they say Faz was involved, and in the double candidates, they are saying that he was involved in signing. But the question being, was he involved in signing as an illegal member or as a legal member? Because what was presented in court was the fakeness of the signature or the forgery of the signatures, even if they were there.
Right. That is quite, interesting. Right. Is that all that you needed, to contribute before I bring in another speaker?
For now, let's leave it there. Let's see if there is anything. I'll raise a hand.
Right. Okay, Gafa, I see your hand is up.
Muvunzo, Uncle Jet.
Right.
Is it how it works? Could if a president of a party says, I do not know person A, B, C, D, then that's conclusive. Is it how it works? Because if that how it works, perhaps you might show actual. So just give me a minute there.
All right. Okay. Right, guys. If you just joined me for the first time, welcome. I think we have been going on for the past. I think we started one for the past 2 hours now. And right, if you want to contribute, please just request the mic. And I don't know. Let me see, because sometimes there are three people that want to speak. Mofutaidas, can I bring you up here to help me add people? I know Gudizo very busy, but just to add people if it is possible. I see Gudizo Ningamurguterera usually Munenge very busy, but Mungo edera people, because I see there are three people there. So let me bring you up there, and then right. So whilst I'm waiting for Mofu, and right, if you can take the mic, Koma Blessing, in making the contribution that you want to make. Right. So, right.
Yeah, thanks, Uncle Jed. I was just responding also to Nkala, is it Nkala, yeah, when he was talking about that if he's proven that he signed with Zek and whatever, I don't think it's a good argument in terms of just having someone there who is already been brought to court in terms of his unlawful, forging of signatures to include those who were not selected by the party leadership. We understand that we had challenges with some individuals who wanted to participate, but then they ended up not participating. But it doesn't remove the fact that we had an organ which was responsible for signing for those who represented CC legally and with the approval of the citizens as such. That's why, in the first place, I spoke about the role of the judiciary and the executive. If the judiciary and the executive realizes that they are servants of the parliament, then it will to make a real noble assessment or assertion in this case that Chabangu has no legal basis whatsoever to be talking about the legal signing of those parliamentarians who went on to be voted by their constituencies, because in reality the parliament represents those constituencies. It represents those citizens that are supposed to be served by the government, that give authority to the rule of law in parliament. So our rule of law should never be allowed to be abused by the judiciary or by the executive through political arguments. No, it should preside over those, and it should proceed over those political arguments, because it's the rule of law which has been enacted in parliament it has been given that responsibility through the parliament that it has to abide and also to protect those legal routes. So to protect our political competence, then there should be some kind of common sense where we need to understand that not any Tom and Dick. Why can't we have somebody from Maduku just coming challenging Maduku to say, Maduku is not the leader of NCA, we are doing this and this. They do it through the proper channels. So this guy was supposed to be scrutinized before even Parliament. Yes, CC have agreed to exonerate the speaker and to exonerate the Senate president. But in other words, it doesn't again remove them from this illegality of our of that process, of allowing that process to happen, where you call for by-elections, where you actually know that this is going to be challenging in a court of law. The due process should have been, taken, whereby they were supposed just to wait for that to happen. Then, so we are just in a situation whereby it is the duty of the executive and the judiciary to align itself with the role of Parliament and what is adjudicated into them to be the adjudicator of our political system. Then we could avoid all these unnecessary, retrogressive things that are bringing our country into a real crisis and into a shame, because these are things that are being spoken everywhere. And at the same time, what are we trying to do for the citizens who are suffering at the moment? What are we trying to do to resuscitate our economy, which is struggling at the moment? What are we trying to do to build relationship with these other nations, whereby we can invite and promote investment? There are simple, basic things that the judiciary, the executive need to align themselves into that conformity where we should be a nation of pride. These gimmicks that are being played, they are not necessary. It's a waste of public funds, to be honest. That's my opinion.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much for that. Right. Let's go to Gaffer. Are you good and ready, or you still preoccupied? If you are, let me go to the next speak.
Uncle Jed.
Yes.
So does it make sense that if you
You're on mute again. All right. You seem to be busy there.
Okay, Che, I'm back again. Chabangu's case, it's from what I'm hearing from the court proceedings and also based on interviews that I've had for him talking. He's a disgruntled and a bitter person. And he doesn't know the procedure of seeking recourse for his disgruntlement because of his actions have long been overtaken by events. He was supposed to stop the processes of the nomination court and all those things long back. So the fact that people were nominated by the court and they represented the constituents and wards, and they were proclaimed winners by ZEC, which is an authority in this country. And the fact that these people were officially sworn in Parliament, his arguments, they don't even hold water. The only leg that is still trying to fight is the part of saying he has power to recall. Whoever is sponsoring him, they are going to pay a lot of legal costs because of, I don't see them winning their case because of these guys that are already having power by virtue of being sworn in as members of parliament. By law in Zimbabwe, they are identified or they already carry identity of CCC, having gone through all the processes of.
Right. Are you there? Right. Okay. Let me. Right. Let me hear from Richard. Richard, can you take the mic, please?
Good afternoon.
Yes. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm fine. Yeah. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. The only thing that I want to clarify to people that a lot of people are not getting is that at ZEC, no one is registered at ZEC. I think you guys have already established that registrations don't happen at ZEC. At ZEC, it's only notification. You're only notifying ZEC that you want to contest for political office. And whoever is sponsoring you or signing for you, it's fine. We can say that's your political party, representatives of your political party. That stage, I think, was already agreed in court today. That stage is immaterial to the fact that you are a member or not a member. And I will explain what I mean. So the first thing is, what's a constitution? A lot of people are thinking that CCC has to produce a written document called constitution for them to say they have a constitution, of which the argument is that they don't have to. Their constitution is an unwritten constitution as of now. When I say an unwritten constitution, it's the things that they agreed on when they formed CCC verbally. If 10 people come here and agree that, okay, we're now a political party and the leader is me and the second in command is someone else, etc., etc. Whether we write it or not, that's immaterial. The fact now is that that's our constitution that we have agreed. Now, when people go to court, and then some people say, but they don't have but CCC doesn't have a constitution, and Shabangu doesn't have a position in CCC. CCC or whoever is claiming to be in CCC has to, in one way or the other, whether it's verbal or not, has to say, no, we don't have a written constitution. But according to what we agreed on, which is a good example, is we agreed that I was going to represent a constituency. According to that, that proves that I was a member, which obviously the court has to accept. That at the point when the nominations went through, most probably CCC was the sponsor. But now, after that process now, the ceasing to be a member also has to be proven on exactly those points, which is the unwritten constitution. Shabangu can just come without a constitution and say that we agreed that you no longer, you are no longer in the party. He doesn't need anything written there. He just needs to what do you call it? To say that we agreed. And the people who are being accused of having been expelled now need to also counter to say, but we did not agree on that. As far as I'm concerned at the moment, it's there's no written, there's no way anyway where it should be written that these events took place because of the nature of the constitution of CCC, which is unwritten. So right now, those people who are trying to prove that Shabangu is not a member, and also that the party did not expel those people, they have to rely on an unwritten constitution. And this is where the affidavits come in. The party also has to, it would have been easier if CCC had deposited an affidavit to say that we do not know Shabangu and we did not expel anyone. And then the party now has to also explain that no, we have an unwritten constitution, which the court has to also admit into evidence that the CCC has an unwritten constitution. The thing with courts is that normally the first document that arrives at the court is then called the original document until any other document that can come and remove that document as the original. A very good example, if I go with a fake, say, UZ certificate to court, the court, until someone brings up an authentic certificate from UZ, the court has no jurisdiction to say that my certificate is false. So if Shabangu, whatever he wrote initially, or whatever he submitted to the court initially, because there is no any other evidence except the words of people, the court must assume that Shabangu is right. And until these people prove that Shabangu is not right, then the courts, then we can say that Shabangu is not right. That's my submission.
Right. Thank you very much for that. I've got something that has been sent in through the inbox, and it reads like this. One critical question is that when did the applicants cease to be members of the CCC? Did Shabangu pass this unique this hurdle, successfully casting a reasonable probability that the applicants ceased to be members of the CCC? And then so they are saying, on account of the above, taken cumulatively with other material causes of applicant's case, then case can succeed. So that's on this one. In the contrary, court can rule that the case is not capable of court can rule that the case is not capable of resolving on the evidence from the papers filed of record and facts argued before the court. There are material factual disputes. Consequently, court may dismiss the case outright or refer the matter to full trial where evidence must be laid and parties and witnesses are subjected to cross-examination and await a verdict someday, in some month or a year. Arguments presented in court were fairly balanced and competitive. So that is what has come through the inbox. You know, the contrary bit where they are saying that the court may say that this case is not capable of resolving on the evidence from the papers filed of record and facts argued before the court. So if we are looking at the evidence alone that has been filed, can we say that this evidence is enough to enable the courts to rule in the favor of the MPs, or there's not evidence enough for them to rule in the favor of the opposition? Inside, like that, it may dismiss the case, or as the writer has said, order the case to go to a full trial where evidence must be led and parties and witnesses subjected to cross-examination. Interesting. Let's see if we can also discuss around that. Citizen C, how are you? And Carla, I see your hand is up. I'm coming to you.
Hello.
Citizen C, how are you?
Yes, Uncle Jet Magadi.
Right.
Good. Yeah.
Maonero yenyu amaita court case mafungiro yenyu.
All right. Actually, if you notice, I had my hand up ages ago, so I might have
Really?
been,
Oh, I'm very sorry.
no problem. I might have been taken by events, but I still want to go back to the same thing that made me raise my hand.
Okay.
So no, I'm speaking to the conjuncture that said, I'm not too sure who raised it actually. There was a conjuncture that says, suppose it turns out in court that the judge says Chabangu is wrong and he is an impositor. Where do we proceed from there? Do you remember that one?
Oh yes, I remember when it was referred that he's an imposter and he's got no right whatsoever to do what he did.
Yeah, that's what I had actually raised my hand for. I do appreciate all the other contributions that ensued, but I just had my mind on that, and that is what I wanted to speak to, if that's okay.
Right? No, it's fine. You can because at the end of the day, that is what they are trying to prove, or that they are trying to make the court see, to say that this individual is not a member of a party, so therefore is an imposter.
Yeah. Okay. So I think it would be pretty easier if we had that ruling happening, if it all is going to happen, because two issues will arise here. One, imposition itself is a criminal offense, and secondly, the issue of intellectual property rights. So in that case, the CC would now have the leg to go to, first of all, they might want to sue him in court, and go to SEC and say, you know what, this person has hijacked our party, he has hijacked our credential, he is not representing us. So, and then I don't know how the process happens, whether is ZEC supposed to notify the Speaker of Parliament that this is the situation, or that they are going to take the court judgment and document to the Speaker of Parliament. And in that case, it would mean then the by-elections would be stopped. They will not go on. And well, that is my simple line of thought. I'm not a lawyer or anything, but I thought it was just a simple rational explanation to what might happen.
Right. Interesting. I will find out the answers. I think by Friday. No, by tomorrow or by Monday. Yeah, because so 7. I think it's next week on Tuesday, right?
Tuesday.
Yeah. So I think anytime, maybe today or tomorrow, we should be finding out in the judgment the actual reasoning if the judge would have had time, to write them down. But I think we will find out. Right.
On that same argument, it's also supposed the notion why then they decided not to pursue the route of having the speaker or the minister as responded. Because once we clarify this bone of contention being, is Shabangu, rightful in recalling people? Is he a member of Triple C, or does he have, the credentials that he says he claims to carry? Then we can take it then on to the speaker, on to ZEC. So because ZEC are just
So,
depending on what Chabangu has said he is.
so
So
you are
it
in
was
agreement with
necessary
people.
that they stopped pursuing the speaker, pursuing the MP for now. Once we are over this hurdle of Shabangu's identity, and everything else should fall into place.
Right, right. You are here. So you are agreeing with people, that were saying that it was a master stroke, to just say, okay, when it comes to the speaker, we're dropping it. Let us focus, on Shabangu, because Shabangu is the person
Yeah,
that,
definitely,
we need to
definitely.
deal with. All right. Thank you
Yes.
very much for that.
Uh,
Let us hear Ronkala. If you can take the mic, please.
Thank you. I agree with the lady that says it was a good decision because they argued with the Speaker of Parliament. They were not going to win because the Speaker of Parliament, the only proof that he needed was somebody writing a letter that says these people are not members of Triple C. Then it is in the onus of those that are said not to be members to prove that they are members. And it is in the onus of the organization, which is the sponsoring party, to prove now that these people are their members and not this person has the power to remove them. So the argument was not with Parliament, was neither with the president or anyone else. It was an internal matter of proving the membership of another that is in between the recalled and the recaller.
Right. Because our agents, Gumbo, just wrote about, I think a couple, I think in the last hour, to say that Shabangu failed to discharge his honors, failed to prove that he has a mandate to write on behalf of CCC, failed to prove how our MPs ceased to be members of the party, and failed to even prove his membership. This vindicates our position that he is a mere imposter. You agree with that, right? Do you agree with that?
Well, it's according to her submission. We might not know what Chabangu presented that in her own perception means that she is not a member. Remember, here we're talking about a person who was representing someone, having presented her own case or her own side of the story. But the one who presented, who is presumed to not have properly presented, might have presented a certain point of argument that to the judge is also balanced. So the matter of balance remains with the judge. The matter of who was balanced remains with the judge. The matter of who is going to be correct remains with the
With the
judge. Still, so we're waiting for the judge. But the most important factor that the judge put that makes or gives confidence in terms of what might be that it might actually be balanced is that he has said he will try to release the judgment before the 7th, so that then there is a decision whether the nomination court sits or not. So
right,
that clarity alone means that there is a chance that those can be reinstated if the judgment is in their favor. But then if the judgment is not in their favor again, there is a chance of them appealing. So still when the judgment is not in Chabangu's favor, he has room to appeal again because our courts allow such to happen. So we might find ourselves going round and round again about this matter because Chabangu can appeal to a higher court, they can appeal to a higher court.
Yeah, Bagaipa. Also, you believe that even if a judgment is given now, we might not see the end of this anytime soon.
In real facts, in law, these guys are going at each other. So we have not seen the end of this. It is the beginning of many other things to come. Because
Right.
to some of us, I would say that to people that are thinking that Chabangu is an individual, he is not. He's representing a position of so many people, and one would have said, as we had advised before we got to this position, it was an internal matter that needed to have been resolved somewhere, somehow, quietly, somewhere, somehow, tactically and diplomatically. They would not have gotten to this situation and position now.
Right, right. I hear you. Thank you very much. Bechkov, are you there?
Yes, Ango. I agree 100% with what the last speaker has been saying. This is an internal matter, and it's not going to end now. There is a lot of disgruntled CCC members, especially in the Bulawayo and Matabeleland province, who feel they were let down by the selection processes. And I think this has to be addressed somehow. And still, I go back. The constitution of CCC, unless that is in place through a congress where all the members are going to agree on, there's still going to be problems within CCC. Thank you.
Right. Yeah, Bagaiba. Right. Let us move on, ladies and gentlemen. Is there anyone who wants to join us in making the contribution? I mean, in making their contribution. When I'm going to eh? We have ka opinion so kemagweta so mumbogweta raiza muri panapa ana mkomada. Right. Robert. Zviri say Robert.
Ndiri right munin'ina wangu uri sei?
Angodaro madhoka mabororo atinawe kukota.
Ndiri kuda zvangu kuJoni. Tinotenda nezvauri kuita zvokutipa space kuti tikwanise kupana mazano and then sharpening our political skills. Handina zvangu zvakanyanya kuwanda zvandoda kutaura, but I think Richard ataura zvimwe zvinhu zvandibata kuti no guys, like nyaya iyi inoda ivo vachamisa vaiadressa rather than kuenda kucourt, because this is something chinoda kutaurwa muparty first, votenderana kuparty kwavo. Handiti vari kuti havana constitution which is iri pabepa, saka nyaya iyi yaifanira kungoadresswa ikoko kuparty kwavo votenderana. Right. So iyi nyaya iyi munin'ina wangu inongotipedzera nguva senyika. Zvazvida kuti ivo vagadzirisane kupati kwavo, because this is an internal thing. Vagadzirisane kupati kwavo, kana vapedza kugadzirisana kupati kwavo vozouya manje kumatare, because I have never heard uchamisa achipawo point yake kuti chichiri kuitika. Handiti unoona. Saka nyaya iyi kana iri kukoti, nyaya yekukoti toziva zvinoitika kukoti, inoramba ichingotaurwa. It's like someone is trying to ari kuzama kuda kuzvigadzirisa through macourts, and then finally you come up aona kwese zvese zviri kuita zvakafanana nevanhu vachirovana, unonge wachiona mapoints, kana wapedza ipapo wozouya nefinal thing. Saka pachidimbuka handiti zvangu kupedzera vanhu nguva. Nyaya iyi ngairi kuwesta politics dzedu, ngavagadzirisane ikoko kuCC, ndo vanonatsoziva nemamirire enyaya dzavo ikoko, vagadzirisane madare matare macourts haafi akapa final answer kune zvinhu zvakaita sezvizvi zvekumapolitics zvemapati. Ndo pandiri kuda kukupa nhingi yangu chete baba ipapo.
Right. Yeah, Bagaiba. Regai tinzwa kuti vamwe vanoti black man. Citizen Z, I see you. I'm going to come to you. Black man.
Angles,
Citizen. About
nice. Uncles, as far as I'm concerned, So that my internal
Right.
issues, you are going to solve them internally. But because kunema agenda, somebody has decided to destroy the party and split it. And as Shami said, the CCC, Dr. Fakwayo, another new party is coming because of those people. Thanks.
And it, right. Okay, but the guy citizens said, come through.
Uncle, I hope you're good.
I'm good, and you?
Not bad, not bad. Not bad at all. I think technicalities are going to play here.
Okay.
And there seem to be deep technicalities, unfortunately. Number one.
Right.
It is the connection of the dots between Chabang as the first respondent, second respondent, third respondent. They put their arguments in connection, not separate. The argument flow like a river. And you cannot turn around and cut 1/3 of a river and cut the second third of the river and leave the third of the river and still call it a river.
Right. Okay.
You have to therefore come out and remap that other river that is left on, and then the argument is placed on that one river. That becomes Chabang. You can't cut Chabang off from the second respondent and the third respondent. I think they were put in a corner by a technicality. And they responded
but
to the
some are saying but some are saying that is a master stroke. I don't know. Some are saying it's a master stroke, that they did that.
There's no master stroke there. Master stroke was on the other side.
Right.
To them, it was not a master, it was a back down. And if you back down, that means now you're talking about a totally different case. A totally different case that has to, this one has to be struck off, and then you go and put another case to actually turn around and question Chabang by himself.
So are you saying that on the basis that the judge still needs to pronounce himself in terms of the judgment on these other matters that because there are about 7 points that they are praying for. So are you saying that still the judge has to consider these other issues and rule on each and every one of those?
No, you cannot. He rules on all the issues, okay, one at a time, but all of them encompass the judgment.
Yeah, in totality, right? Okay.
Yes. So you can't take a second respondent, third respondent out. That means now you're not talking about recall, you're talking about something else. Remember, the case is about recall.
Because the ones that the one the recall is to be declared null and void.
Therefore, you cannot declare the recall null and void when you've turned around and said, yes, I agree. Second respondent, third respondent are good. They're okay the way they are.
Yeah.
You see where the problem is. So now you have to turn around and come back. This is why the other side turns around and argues that you cannot turn around and break Humpty Dumpty and then try and put Humpty Dumpty again. No, you have to go and create another Humpty Dumpty. This one is already broken. So the whole case now, the judge has to turn around and put the whole case as the cancels it, and you come back with a new case.
Right. Help me understand this now. Let's say the judge delivers a judgment on the 6th. Let's say on Monday, the judgment comes out, and if the judgment goes against the MPs, it means that by the 7th we're going to see the nomination process kick in. Can an injunction be filed to stop that nomination process?
No, because they turned around and said they're not dealing with a second respondent and third respondent. Here we are dealing with the process, the whole process, not just one entity. You're dealing with the whole process that involves a first respondent, second respondent, third respondent. So even if you turn around and say you find another one to stop what the third respondent is going to do, you can't.
Because they've already sort of agreed with the second and the third respondent that they did nothing wrong in announcing with the recalls and the by-elections.
Yes.
In having the process of the by-elections taking place.
Yes, because the whole case is based on section 129K1 or 1K. That's what the whole is based on. This is why their arguments, if you're going to turn around and go to their arguments, it is more to do with the second respondent and third respondent. There's this first respondent has got his beat, but not as much as the second respondent and the third respondent. The second respondent and third respondent lawyers just turned around and crashed that within a short matter of time. They conceded that. And they turned around and need to amend now their own draft. By so doing, the first respondent lawyer jumps on that and says, okay, you can't touch my one here. If you're going to touch my one, you need to touch 1, 2, and 3. But you've just turned around and said you can't touch 2 and 3, so my one is all stands. If you want to touch my one, come to my one with a new court case.
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying. Some people say it's a master stroke. It is, but not to the lawyers of CCC, unfortunately. Then you have to say to yourself.
But there was a point that was raised by another. It came through as a message, and this issue was speaking to. Let me see if I can go to the message again. It was speaking to an argument, that is said to have taken place in the courts, whereby the lawyers for the MPs argued on the point of universal acknowledgement when it comes to the issue of Chamisa being the leader and established authority, of CCC. And when that point was then raised, then the matter proceeded in narrowing it down as to whether Chabangu has the authority to act on behalf of the party, and so by what authority he sees his membership of the 14. Doesn't that alone bring a strong case or a strong argument point in favor of these MPs?
No, it does not. Because Chabanga never turned around and disagreed with that. Chabanga never turned around and said he does not acknowledge Chamisa as the leader of CCC. He acknowledges that, even in his court papers.
But I'm told that his lawyer tried to use that as an argument point to say that Chamisa did not provide evidence, or there's no evidence that shows that Chamisa is the leader and the president of this party from the correspondence that Chamisa wrote.
No, that's not what the thing was. This is why when I was not here, I went back to listen to it again.
Oh yeah, okay.
He did not say that.
How did that play out?
What he was putting on is that if you've got affidavits from Chamis, without Chamisa himself putting the affidavits and being cited in the court case, that becomes hearsay. You need to turn around and bring him in to talk, and he talks through his affidavits.
So it was basically the case of Chamisa not being part and parcel of the court case, just like CCC was not part and parcel or was not, cited, in the court case.
That means you cannot turn around and say this is the letter that he wrote, unless he turns around, the writer of the letter turns around and you cite him and he puts it in his affidavit, then he speaks for himself. To say, yes, I wrote this paper, I wrote this letter and everything else. But then you've got another problem. Now you have to go to you have to go to the dates of the letters. There is no date. There is no letter that surpasses Chabanga's letter. That is presented to Parliament. Chabanga's letter is received first before any other letter.
But they presented this letter as their evidence. What are the chances of it being taken in and succeeding in supporting their case?
It is bad. The letter, what we always do, remember the letter is the letter that we saw that is written
Yes.
the 11th of September.
Yes.
That
And we
is
said,
irrelevant.
I think, that is the letter that that Douglas Monzora was referring to. When I said that, you mentioned, the 17th, and I said I don't know, where he's getting, that date, but according to the information, that I had, that the letter was dated the 5th, because it only got, to Mudenda on the 5th after, the records, had been made.
That means now we're dealing with who writes a letter. Me and Titus can write a letter 2 weeks ago, and I'll write a letter yesterday. But if my letter gets to you first, it does not matter whether Titus' letter that was written 2 weeks ago got to you 2 days after my one. My one turns around and stands. So it is not the writing of the letter that is important. It is when does it get to Parliament. And when was it received? Shabanga's letter is dated is stamped 2 days before that letter. So now you've got 2 days. What they do is they take the letter, stamp it, and then within that day, the Speaker of the House turns around and announces. When the Speaker of the House turns around and announces, the other letter is therefore received. Chabanga now turns around and is a standing point. Now you're chasing Chabanga's letter. And again, you've just turned around and conceded that there's nothing wrong that the Speaker of the House did. You can't come back to that one again. This is why the judge kept on saying, what are you arguing? You just turned around and conceded on that one. And said second respondent and third respondent, I concede nothing, they did nothing wrong. So you can't come back again and bring the letter on. Are you cancelling that one? If you're cancelling that one, no problem. Now those ones have to stand up and say whatever decision that the court case says to, because their argument is solid. Second respondent lawyers and third respondent lawyers. Whatever you require the judge to turn around and judge upon, he cannot, because of separation of powers, and he cannot make law. Only Parliament makes law, and Parliament law is steady. So now we are put in another corner. Now the arguments become clap hands thing, but the judgment is going to be something else. Because the judgment turns around and bases on this. Now we have to go back and say, okay, what evidence did they bring to turn around and justify that Chabango is not what Chabango is not outside now of respondent number 2, number 3. That requires a different court case.
Right.
That's where the problem is.
Okay.
Now, Chabango does not have to do anything. This one thing is going to be technical. Same as the other court cases of the double candidates were technical.
Right.
And this one as well, with my hearing and what I'm reading, is going to be technical. How do you turn around and deal with the first respondent outside of the second and third? Second and third turn around and stop the process.
Yeah.
First does not. Problem, you have to turn around and go and open another case to turn around and prove that this one is vague. But again, you've got nomination courts coming in 5 days. When those ones come in, process is on. Now you've got a problem. Technicalities. Beautiful. This devil's in the details, uncles. Devil's in the details. Let's go with details. Loving this court case at this moment in time. I'm watching it like I'm watching football. If it was affecting Zapu, I would have a different emotion. But unfortunately, I am emotionless, so
yeah,
enjoying it.
Anyway, Thank you very much. Let's move on. Let's go to other speakers. Baba EM. Nkal, I'm coming to you in a second. Baba EM, are you there?
Thank you Uncle Jetsama sweraze ndokumbura
I'm
kuti
good.
ndingopasa ndiendese kuna Nkala then ndozotaura after dangopedzisa something.
Indeed. My brother Nkala, if you can come through, I think you want to respond, to something.
No, thank you. I wanted to say that in actual fact, this case teaches us a lot of things in terms of what we need to fix in our politics, especially in our institutions, and the understanding of representing the public and the understanding of differences in between a court of law and a court of public opinion, which I think one day we must at least have a debate on the issue of the court of public opinion. I'm a politician, I'm not a law person, but I really have to understand the law if I have to be a politician. Because if you don't understand law and then you are a politician, if you want to become a legislator, you will be lying to people that you know what you want to become. Because there is a difference in between. I think we should actually start being very clear in terms of terminology of the people that are going into parliament. Member of parliament and the legislator seem to be very different people in terms of law now, because in Zimbabwe we seem to having too much of members of parliament than legislators, so there is no legislation that is being done properly. Hence we lack in terms of a lot of things. Hence we find ourselves confused in terms of laws and in terms of the constitution itself. Hence we find ourselves with people that instead of promoting or defending democracy, we find people that are not defending democracy but defending institutions or individuals within the country.
Excellent. Right. Pagaipa. More of that as busy. Do you want to say one or two words? Because
I'll come through, Uncle. I'll come through. Let me just park somewhere.
it is not a problem. It's not a problem. Right. My sister, Citizen C. I'm quite sure you were listening to what Citizen Z was saying. Do you have a response to that or a comment, to that?
Well, I still maintain that the bone of contention here is in Chabangu having the right to do what he did. So in that case, yes, I am not privy to the technicalities or how the lawyers defending the members of parliament put their arguments across, and how it came to be that they did apologize, because it looks like it's the headlines now. They've apologized to the speaker, they've apologized to who, and the judgment has been reserved. But I still maintain my position that once we can dismiss Chabangu as an impositor, then there's no story to talk about. Why would we entertain somebody who's been deemed an impositor? Because we don't only make we actually make the whole country a joke. That we are going to waste money, run by elections on ground of somebody who is a proper impositor. And then how are we going to place him and respect him or address him? Should he manage to field any candidacy in parliament? How does an impositor become, a bona fide opposition leader, or manage? I mean, in fact, to be honest, he's saying Chamisa is the leader, and Chamisa is saying I don't know him. So how are we going to entertain somebody like that, bring members into parliament without a Jew leader? Are they, independence? Is he what? You see what I mean?
Yeah,
it's just chaos. No, I mean, if we identify that he is an impositor, why are we going on, saying, we have to stand with SAFE, we've got to stand with the letter that Mutenda has written? No. That should just, we should just put an end to it.
Right. Maybe that end to it, my sister, could have been something that would have been managed outside, of the courts. Because now that the matter has been brought, before the courts in the manner with which it was brought, then
Which takes us back, Uncle Jed, because
mm.
it's about the motive behind it, the intention.
Is there better? Okay. The question is, my sister.
In your family,
Uh-huh.
if whatever you argue, and I run to the enemy, to seek sympathy with the enemy, what am I implying? Why would we fight in Triple C and somebody goes and seek sympathy from SANU-PF before they have exhausted the internal structures, if ever this is an internal thing?
Right.
Yeah,
But
why
going
would
to
I
the
run to
courts
the
maybe,
enemy first?
signals that people did not agree.
Yeah, that's it.
Right.
There's more to it, than what's meets the eye.
Right.
Yeah.
I hear you, my sister. I'm liking your conviction that, you are standing, you remain steadfast on that position, right there. I think
Yeah.
maybe if you had a way of dealing with this, and if you were in charge, you could have nipped this in the bud before it even went anyway. But anyway,
Exactly.
thank you
Yeah.
very much, for that.
All
Right.
right. Okay.
The gaffer, I hope you're good now. You can.
Very
Sorry,
good.
sorry. Wait. Yeah, okay. Yeah, the gaffer. Okay.
All right. And that
Yeah.
was the Uncle Jet.
Mm-hmm.
Given what you have seen, do you think the applicants in this matter anticipate that the courts will rule in their favor? Do you think so?
You said what? Do you think the what?
Do you think the
The
applicants,
applicants.
yeah, do you think they anticipate that the courts will rule in their favor?
Me, I want to hold my thoughts on that one until I see, the judgment.
All right. I,
Yes.
I don't think they actually believe that there is a forceful argument. If they believe that there is a forceful argument, they would have sought an injunction to freeze everything pending the court's outcome. Now, we know the nomination court is in a few days' time, right? They are not doing anything to put anything on hold. So that tells me they do not believe that they actually have a case. So I think Kungo Thompson and Boris way out.
Right. Okay. Pakaiba. Right. The guys where I've got new speakers. I want to start. Oh, okay. Before I go to the new speakers, I see. Baba, you've got your hand up.
Oh yeah, ndanda kuda kungocontributa mambonipa mukana paya pesa kana
Who is it? Okay. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Sorry. Okay. I hope
anoita.
I hope you are now in a good place.
Yeah, I think kangori ka 1 minute.
And
Yeah. Inini muonero wandiri kuita nyaya iyi kai. I think it's pane vanhu vari kurwa hondo naChamisa handiti ka, but then vanhu ava vari ku they are cowards as well, like havasi kukwanisa kuti vaite sei vabude pachena handiti. Therefore they are using someone asina political capital. This Chabangu guy tinogona kuvenga hedu tingoti Chabangu tichiti Chabangu azodai takutomupa simba. This guy is in terms of sim politics ngati haasi munhu anozivikanwa. I don't think kuti anyone in here pane aiziva Mr. Shengezo Chabangu before this whole circus, and kungoti pane aimbomuziva. So I think if the people who are fighting Chamisa or the people who are fighting Triple C leadership are really vaine shungu yekuti maybe zvinhu zvigadzirwe or the issues to be resolved, I think they should come out in the clear so that the issues can be sorted out. Ivo vanhu vachona havasi kuda futi kuti vaite sei vaende pachena pekuti once vabuda vakazoluza vanobva vazoluza
whatever support that they had kune vamwe vanhu mupublic. So zvakangooma hazvo, but I hope we get to a point where we become serious about this nation and the nation building. Because so far, I think people are just after their self-interest. Hapana munhu anomboisa the interest of the nation pamberi, both sides, kubva kuZANU-PF yacho nevamwe ava. I think tiri pamahwani senyika. And also maybe our laws, they are designed in a way yekupa simba kuma political elites and taking it away from the people. So yeah, I hope that gets fixed one day. Thank you for the opportunity.
Right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Right. Okay. So let's go to the next speaker, who is I'll start with Wamwari. Padare comes through, and Kagogo, you come after Padare. Let's take the mic, guys. Right. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate. Yeah. As
Judging by
let
your
me go to the
statement
next
this
speaker. Wamwari, take the mic. You're going to be
time
followed by
around,
Padare
it
and
seems
Kagogo. Wamwari, are you there? Right. Can you guys hear me? Right. Thanks.
Yes, we can hear you, Uncle Jet.
Right. Okay. So Wamwari must not be there. Padare, are you there? Padare. Kagogo. Take the mic. I want to know.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Nice one, nice one. So I just have a question for Dube. So he said the simpler thing to do was to incorporate Chabang and then to fire him, right? Because you see, Uncle Jed, after this court case, do you remember the last time I came here? I spoke about being proactive and trying to foresee events and analyzing those so that we can be, instead of just always reacting, we can be proactive. So for me, this one, I don't know. For me, it's done. It was done a long time ago. But I want to, because the thing is, this guy is going to win. I think he's going to win, and I think he's going to do more recalls, as he said before. So Zeti said what CCC should have done was to incorporate him and then fire him. And then there's a lot of talk here today about punitive measures, like why wasn't he reprimanded within the party? Why wasn't he fired if he was doing something wrong? Let's say he wins this court case. Yeah, it doesn't matter what we think. Let's say he wins it, and then is it possible? And my question is for Dube, because he's the one who brought this up. To say we incorporate him and then fire him. Is it possible to for Triple C to incorporate him and then fire him officially for everyone to see, so that we don't have to go through this? Because we will go through this again. You will recall more people, and then we'll go back to court, and then Mark whatever, tech Mark will have to go to the court again and give us a live what. Then we'll have to be here again, Uncle Jed, debating this. So to nip this in the bud, clearly it wasn't done before. Can it be done now? Right after this, is it possible? That's my question. Can it be done now after this? Can they fire him after this? Can they officially? I don't know. Yeah, I
Right.
don't know. I don't know if you get my question.
Yes, no, I get your question. I think if you remember a couple of shows ago, a couple of shows ago, I think this was actually brought up as a discussion, point. But also, if you remember some of his utterances, if you remember, I think he was speaking to my brother Ezra when he was saying that he's waiting for this court case. So the court case will give him the authority to sort of go ahead and do what he needs to do. I remember, if you go back to Ezra's
No,
interview,
no, no.
he spoke about that. So now, now your question is, let's say, now is it now then possible to acknowledge him as a member of the party, and then a party makes a decision to then fire him to stop something like this, from happening? Does that require him being fired to stop something like this from happening? Or it now requires the party as an entity to consider how it is structured so that it stops individuals from just assuming power from Norway and take decisions that are so detrimental to the cause of the party or to the to the formation with the way such as the way that these recalls have done to the party.
Yeah, but Uncle Jed, as a stopgap, as a stopgap measure, because this guy, from the way when you from the time you interviewed him and the way I heard him, it sounded like someone. If once he wins this judgment, like the next 2-3 days, he's going to be recalling more. So as a stopgap measure, just to immediately just nullify him, and then now proceed to what you are saying, because he's not going to wait for CCC to do a congress. He's not going to wait for that. It's going to just cause more havoc immediately, and he sounded like that, right? He sounded like that at that time when we spoke to him. And also, just to reinforce your point earlier on when you said when you were speaking about these members being imposed and stuff, then he spoke about Coltard, but then the people love him. I think that's where his argument died. I think that's, if he was trying to get sympathy from people, it died there. To say, this one is fine, because he was not being selective to say this one is fine because people like him, but then this one is not fine because I don't like him. You see, his argument died there. But what I want to know from Zeti, because Zeti said that you incorporate him and fly, right? That's the quickest measure. So, because if you don't do that, if you don't get rid of this guy right now, this guy is going to cause. There's 2 days ago, there was a space, your space. I said to you that this party, they're going to kill it. If they don't stop this guy now, he's going to do not even 15 recalls. He will do 45 or 50. Right, and we all know his reasons are not worth the paper they are written on, because of the cold hard explanation he gave. That some, because they are like, even though they were number 3 in the process, but because the people, they like them. So that one, I don't want to hear him say all this stuff about the people came number 3 anymore, because that cold hard issue, he killed himself there. So I want to know, can he, after this, if he wins here, can he be nullified? I just want to know legally. because me, I don't know legal things. Me, I only fly aeroplanes. I don't know these legal things.
Right, Zeti, can you respond, to that?
Yes. What Chabang was last week will be different from what Chabang is next week. What Chabang was last week is a demigod. What Chabang was last month is a mere human being. A mere human being can be killed differently from a demigod and to a god. Mere human being, bring in, put in your structures, fire. Demigod, different. You can bring in, again, put in the structures, fire. If this court case goes his way, he becomes a god. And these ones cannot be killed like that. In theoretical, not theoretical, but theater sense. I want to be misquoted. What I'm trying to say is this. The moment he wins, he's got power now that even if you bring him in, the only thing that can cancel him becomes a Congress. Very quick. And then you can therefore elect people. That means everyone who's interim stops being interim. Now you're dealing with elected people. And this one that still holds the interim pattern does not work anymore. That's the only way to stop him. If you're not willing to sit down with him and actually negotiate, that's the only way to stop him. Because if you don't do that, he's coming for more. And he's now, if the court case goes his way, what the court case does is, if it goes his way, or it's actually turned around and said, no, there's nothing that we can do about it, even if it does not speak of him and his position, but it speaks of his position, that means his position stays, and that means he can write another letter and recall other people, and before he even writes another letter, there will be some people in parliament and in council that are going to turn around and align to him, simply not because they like him, not because they agree with him, but simply because of the power that he has, the power to recall. This is what we do as politicians. We normally turn around and just move, ease of business kind of thing going on. So Congress is the only thing that can actually stop it. This is why we said last time on your space, Angoche. This position is the position that you don't want to be in. This court case is not good. CCC should have not even entered it. Should have done other backroom stuff, Politics is known for that. You can horse trade. Supporters do not need to know that. Members do not need to know that. You horse trade. And you keep the conditions of your horse trade to yourself, because the moment they know, supporters will turn around and go crazy. So you keep it in. You do propaganda. This is why you've got spokespersons and strategic people to actually turn around and soften this decision that is there. But this one, if the court goes Chabanga's way, it's a different matter.
Uncle Jet, can
very
I
bad.
have a quick interjection there? Just a small one.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Right. This thing of wanting to sideline and go behind the voters is, I don't think it's advisable. To me, it's a big no. Right. We are where we are at now because people keep, giving Nelson Chamisa headaches because they know the people will vote for him. They know his effort. They understand and they, well, the word has just escaped from me. They align very well with his, line of thinking, with his vision. There are some people who would want to be in parliament, and I'm particularly going back because the speaker has said there are some people who will align themselves with Chabangu for the sake of it. These are the people that are dangerous. These are the people who ran to, whoever connived with Chabangu, if we're going to take it that way, to write that letter to the speaker, because they knew the standpoint of Chamisa in terms of what the people want and how we should, draw a roadmap for the progress of the country. There are some people who are in it for posterity. They are in it for themselves and not for the people. And they know they can use Chamisa to get the people in, but they can still just twist Chamisa to get a post. This is very pathetic. He is being battered left, right, and center. Chamisa is failing that. Chamisa has failed that. It is because of him. It is because he didn't do that. Even Chabangu, who does not know Chamisa, who Chamisa says he doesn't know, also has got something to say. We failed the elections, even though we knew we won the elections. Now he's saying that it's because of Chamisa. He is, facing the bat all the time. And now people just want to screw him up so that he can, campaign for them and give them posts for nothing. Again, behind the voters. It's wrong. The speaker can carry on. I might have misconstrued his line of argument, but this is my observation. This is what people want. They will get whatever they want. The people are there already under Chamisa. They don't mind about what the people want and how they can help the people. They just want to go and screw Chamisa up so they can benefit for themselves, not for the people. This is very wrong.
Right. Yeah. Citizen Z, how do you respond to that?
It's beyond Chamisa. We need to move on. It's beyond Chamisa.
You're saying
This
it's beyond
power-
Chamisa now?
Yes, it's always been. The problem is we put someone there that he has nothing to do with this. The power that Chabangu turned around and exhibit that is now being questioned in court is the only power that MPs are scared of in Zimbabwe. All of them, all 210 elected ones, and the ones that come up in proportional representation, there is nothing else they are scared of. The reason why they're scared of that power is because the moment you get elected, when you get elected under a party card, you are a slave to that clause, the 129 clause. There is nothing in our constitution that says me and you, as citizens of Zimbabwe, we can defend our MP. There's nothing. We cannot even turn around and defend that, even if we go on the streets. There's nothing. We don't have power the moment we elected a person under a party card. If we had power, we would have turned around and put it in our constitution that if you want to recall an MP, come and consult, let's say, the constituency that the MP belongs to, and get 25% of the electorate to agree with you. Then we have power to say, we are not agreeing with you, we are not making the 25%. Unfortunately, there is nothing like that. And the moment Chabangu turns around and did what he did, let's be honest, it sent shockwaves to the MPs and councillors. Shockwaves that their mandate that they are on for 5 years now is they are all lining up in a shooting range. And the only person that can turn around and determine that is the one that was in court today. And if he wins this court case, or the court case is thrown out by so doing it, or by default he wins, that means he has an opportunity to do it again to anyone. Now we are thinking that the people that are now going to be lined up won't turn around and negotiate. They are going to do that. That is life. We have to acknowledge that. And the only thing that can cut that is two ways, people. Sit down with him or go and do if the court case doesn't go your way, sit down with him, finance him or do something, or do an elective congress, whatever you want to call it, and then make sure that the position that he says he has is now occupied by someone else. If we don't do that,
when you say finance him, what do you mean?
Like rap him on the shoulders, and it's okay, Baba Chamangwe, everything is going to be okay. You want to be the chairman of Bulawayo, you can be the chairman of Bulawayo, here's the post. Then he holds it for a couple of days, fine. And that is politics, Uncle. This is politics.
Right.
But if you don't do that, here's where the problem is. You are putting your MPs under so much stress, where now they have to choose whether to come out to stand there boldly or to hold again for the electorate that turned around and chose them to be in council or MPs. And you don't want that choice to be put in to random people without them actually turning around, without you talking to them, that can they stand this thing? Can they actually turn around and come out from parliament, all of them, and rebel and say, no, there is no CCC in parliament or council. We're going for the biggest by-election in Zimbabwean history. If that's the case, talk to them and agree on that. If not, MPs are going to do what MPs are going to do. Case in point, uncles, becomes the Monzora case. There is a few that turned around and wrote the letter, yeah, and stood out in the court. No one is asking, what about the ones that did not write the letter? What were they doing? They kept quiet under Monzora. Monzora kept quiet and with them. That's just human nature. Unless you guys talk to them and do that, I do not know what you're going to do with Chabang. At this moment in time, it's 50-50 to me. But he has turned around and shown that he can pull the trigger. That's where the problem is. You are dealing with someone that can pull the trigger. And you have to acknowledge that.
Yeah. Can you give me 2 minutes?
Yeah, I was calling out your name, but for some weird reason, you went there. Right. Go ahead.
So anyway, I obviously I just wanted to catch up from what Citizen is saying, and I picked up one of the things that he said earlier, that I know hindsight 2020 is always the best. If you're a trader, you know what I mean. That you always think you would have done better. But what we now know is that if Chamisa had just decided to fire Chabango right now, and fire him and then write a letter and recall, I want to ask Citizen, is that not a possibility? Here is what I was thinking in my own mind, that it might be possible to fire Chabango and reverse the recall. He has the authority to do so, and that he is the party's president. However, there might be some legal challenges that I want to hear what he could face from Citizen. Thank you.
Yep, he can fire him now if he wants, but we are looking at how many days. No one knows when the judgment is going to be. It might be tomorrow, it might be day after tomorrow. So if this has to be done, it has to be done quick. But you have to bring him in and fire him so that he cannot, even if the judgment comes in, only thing you're suffering from is 17 councillors and 15 MPs. But if the judgment comes, you're dealing with a different Chabangwe. This is why I'm saying he's moved from a mere human being that was standing in front of the court in the nomination court, a mere human being. He became a demigod when he turned around and said he's the interim SG and wrote a letter to Parliament. That is demigod status. Now he's in court. The moment court turns around and goes his way, he's a god. When I mean he's a code, I'm going through the levels of structures. He's up there with the executive. You're dealing with a different person. So it is you have to deal with the reality that you have based on his own actions and what he can do, not what you think is good for him to do for you.
Uncle Jet,
Deal with
may I
him as what
seek
he is.
clarity from citizen, please?
You want clarity?
Just a little bit.
Okay.
All right, yeah, all right. Okay, I take your point that you are saying Chabango at the moment is pulling the trigger. You know, intentions, visions, and motives, should tell us what do we really want to achieve by aligning ourselves with somebody who's got such a mentality. Tomorrow, how do we know he will turn out and be something else? He's got his league that are leading him, that are giving him facts, that are giving him whatever demands they want from Chamisa, but they cannot approach Chamisa, in an amicable way within a party. How do you expect people to go ahead with such a party that is almost, that is founded on such a foundation, that is formed on such a foundation? Okay, in my opinion, we are already in a messy as it is. He has not only recalled 17, he's got the capacity to call everybody. There is no guarantee what he will do next. So, and judging from the political environment, the fact that we have not rested, even though they say they won, it means we really won. Let's go back. I'm sorry to digress a bit. The case of Takudzwa of yesterday. This is the same case if we count on Iwombe and Chidakwa, the ex from Mabuko. This is the same situation we went through in 2008 when we won. They know we won. The likes of all the influential cadres like Vanatondera Indira, Vanani, they are gone. We are not going to go there, use Chabangu and thinking will be sitting easy. We are not. Nothing is changing. If I were Chamisa, if I were his advisor, I would ask him to pull everybody out. So here coming, spending time on Uncle Jed's channel, Chabangu is the right deal in town. It's unfounded. It will not take us anywhere. We just need to pull out, leave them there. Even if Chabangu Wacho stands, you are saying it's the real deal. Aka sign ma double candidates. If and now you are saying people don't have any say in this. If people wanted those double candidates, like he is asserting, with Chamisa akaita mafefa, he's still managing to put it through my double candidates. Why did the people not go and vote for the double candidates? They were still under Triple C. In other cases, some places are case at 3 or 4. But still people went and fished out somebody wavakaziva kuti achuzwa naChamisa.
But his
Saka
statement
at the end of the day, can you clarify who is the real game in town here?
There's no
Iyo padare utaona mukana wokutaura chimonyarara.
sorry.
Panapa ndo panoenda kudherera uko kune mwe space ananzi kuti anzidzo hauite dzungu. Zvinofuna muna from today onwards don't kune mwe space ananzi kuti anzidzo padare kana ari panapa haite dzungu. Dzungu raane. Saka you want to do dzungu here and just interject. Aiwa, siya vazvisimbise kana uida kuzotaura you comment let it be right. Sister Mangapedza here.
Do you mind if we can talk, guys? That's my
Regai padare wachatauri, but still zvandataura I think zvanzwiswa. Ndachida kunzwa clarity yekuti still citizen speaker, does he agree kuti Chabangu is not taking us anywhere, even if Mchiti is got the real deal in town?
Right. Okay. Zed, if you can respond to that, and then we go to the next speaker. And then we go to you were the next speaker, but you dropped. And then
No,
so I'll just give
ndandibvunza
you
kuti nditaura
I'll just
zvako
give
kana
you
kuti
in lieu sport. Hey, please. I'm gonna go to the mango pinda, and then you're starting to give me orders. But you have to talk here. I'm not gonna go. The seat actually, you haven't warmed up, the seat already, and you're already. Come on, guys. If you want to talk, we'll give you, the opportunity. Kana muri in a hurry, just go and then mozoka mutona tripano and you can still talk. Right. Let us go with that order, please.
Yeah. My response to citizen seeing that we've got first names and upside down flags. I've never been good at the.
Only two citizens, guys. The
me and you.
citizen male is the one you're looking for, not me, is it?
No. I'm saying we've got the upside down flags and everything else. So I recognize that. What I'm trying to say to you is, I've never been good at
My
doing
one
the
is
things that.
citizenship. Oh, yeah, there.
Yeah, citizenship. I know that. No, I agree. I'm saying I've never been good at doing what people that do a spokesperson do. Yeah, never been. I'm backroom, so I normally turn around and give it as what it is. So what I'm trying to say to you is this: Chamisa is the main game in town, 100%. Yeah, out here. But at this moment in time in Parliament, he cannot stop. There has never been a way to stop recalls. You can only do recalls. You can only recall. Chabango is the one using the trigger to recall. And then if he uses the trigger to recall, there is no way. This is why they're trying to stop that. The moment he stops that, now he becomes the main game in town, even in Parliament. Because now he's got the ability to defend his people that he has put in. Yeah. Now, if he loses this court case, that means now this person that is the hand on the trigger is more powerful, because now the possibilities of him recalling is more. Yeah, even if it does not recall, but the moment he says, "I will recall you," people will turn around and listen. Only thing I'm saying is, you sometimes in politics, you have to turn around and lose one battle to win a war. Chabangi, you can sit down with Chabangi. Yes, he's a bad person and everything else, but he's not as bad as what you are fighting. Yeah, you can do that in the back room. That's why I said you do it in the back room. You don't even tell anyone. You just keep quiet about it. The public speaker people, the Ostallos and the promises come out and just tell us propaganda and nice things, and then we eat it up and everything is good, and then later on we just see Chabangi disappearing. And you call the Congress quick, Chabangi disappears because no one is going to turn around and pick him. If you don't do that, you are letting a gunman here, and he is shown that he's just turned around and put everyone into hostage and shot 15 MPs and 17 councillors. You see where the problem is. And he says he's going to shoot more. So what you do with the more, you protect the more. Or you wait for the court case and hope the court case does not goes your way. But if it doesn't, no. Congress quick, sit down with him if it's possible. If you don't want to sit down with him, Congress quick and shut him off. Because there's no other way.
So right. you clearly want to tell me that we can shut somebody off, you say can shoot some people just like that who's so angry.
100%.
I don't think so. Why would such a credible party, play to such dirty games? Why drag us to the mud like that?
There is no credibility here. Question.
Because sometimes, hold on,
such a credible party to the mud?
Sometimes the person that
you know what? You just don't come where the 103 elected members and say this nonsense. Sorry, I'm being a bit blunt here.
No, it's okay.
We've got
What I'm
103 elected representatives, and we
what I'm
still
saying,
think we can dance to the tune of a
citizen,
boga somebody from the bush just because
citizenship,
he's wielding a gun.
citizenship. Hold
No.
on. In every political party, Chamisa sits there on top. Yeah, he does not get his hands dirty.
So why
Hold on,
is
hold on. Listen to what I'm
Shamisa
saying.
paying for this? Paying
He's
for being
not.
loved, paying for being loved by the people.
It is not about him.
Yes,
You
that's
have to
why
have other people that can do the dirty work that you never know. And you've got those people
we don't
in
want politics
CCC.
that is shrouded in mysteries like that. We want something
Unfortunately,
that is transparent.
you can't have
You
politics
can't
that
have
is
transparent.
transparent.
My
It is
sister,
No,
my
impossible.
sister, I
you
think,
just come here.
I
We
mean,
were having transparent, well-guided conversations and debates here, and then you just come and think, we just have to buy our way out, and we are talking about democracy, and we think transparency is not an issue here. I beg to differ.
Because strategy.
right,
You have
okay,
an ambiguity strategy. That's not transparent already. Information of your basis. You're asking for things that are not there within your political party.
right, okay. Let me bring in other speakers so that maybe my sister can have diverse views, but I do understand where he's coming from. I mean, where she's coming from, and the frustration that is there. But I think when it comes to politics, there are there are things that happen in politics which some people will wish shouldn't happen in politics. But at the end of the day, it is the nature of the game. Politics to some people it's a game. To some people it's about pandering to to interest. This is why you see even in mature democracies where you think that some of these things do not happen. They do happen, but now there's that maturity whereby things are being played behind the scenes, lobbying, and stuff like that. And you as the voter or you as a supporter who is down, who's further down there, you might not really understand some of these games that get played. I can give you an example, like okay, let's go for the Mashavira caucus. The way it then turned out, how many people had the idea that it was the people that were with Shamisa at that particular moment in time that were plotting behind his back. But they actually came out and told us, what's his name? This revival guy wants to revive this MDC. Say with the
Homage.
ndakakuudza dhagi komich
Homage.
ndakakuudza dhagi kuti don't worry mfana wene ngitodhila naye. You understand? So those are some of the things that can actually go on behind the scenes. And what Zeti is trying to propose to say, okay, how do you contain now such an individual? Because if you want to be looking at the issue of Chabango, you then have to look at at broader issues, and some of the issues that are that need to be factored in are issue of organizational behavior. They are issue of operational behavior. You see, because it is encompassing. There's a whole lot that is involved. This is why as organizations you're always encourage being encouraged to be innovative. You're being encouraged to reevaluate your structures, your processes, and stuff like that. The idea for doing that is so that you can plug any holes that may be apparent that a competitor might take advantage of, or that somebody who wants to do a takeover might take advantage of. And this is what happens. It is that cycle of continuously innovating, continuously renewing yourself, continuously. This is looking at you, who you are as a party, as an organization. There's like one of meetings almost on a daily basis or almost on a weekly basis. This is to ensure that the organization remains intact, the organization remains robust. But I do understand your frustration, my sister. I do understand, when when you have this thing that, you hold dear, and when you're looking at it, you're looking at it from a perspective that, okay, right now, finally, we've got something that is going to be ushering in, something. And then this again, come on, what is going on here? You tend to have so many questions, and it really causes, tensions, emotions, and anger, even anger. Anger, can actually, come in. So, but anyway, let us, move on, quickly. And so I said, Padare, you're going to, come through Ndaba, you come through Mofu, Kwachu, and Koma J. Let us go, with that order, please.
Yeah, when all this started, we said, for those that are engaging with that, there's only two things that are here. Either the whole party just follows Chabangwe and enforce something that is there, or Chamisa extracts himself and go on. Yes, you might say he's the face of the game, just like that favorable likable man who took people in the battlefield of the Psalms and got people killed because he's lovely. See, the whole thing is about, you as much as you can say he's got capital because he's got people like you who think and support him, who are so loyal to him, but not loyal to the principles of democracy, to the structures of an organization where you are supposed to be placing him. So I think for me, I like it when I hear, because I don't like Chamisa at all. I don't hide it at all because I don't believe he's got the capacity to lead Zimbabwe. So I'm happy that he still has loyal people like you that look at him only and not systems, not processes. So it means to me you go on living like that until forever, because this is the way it is. Tabangwe has shown, even today in the presentation, that they made a mistake in their presentation, actually withdrawing. So when all this is looked at in hindsight, it means it's a flawed presentation that you brought to court. You wanted to kuunza vanhu vasirimo munyaya yenyu, and imi muda kuti Chabangu has got nothing to answer there. It is the other side that needs to say, tafairwe chii, why did you fire us? This is why you fired. We have belonged to CCC and prove, because we know very well Chamisa cannot prove to you people there is anything to do with the structures of MDC. And Chabango is saying, I've got my story here. So to me, Chabango, whether today people might say, okay, it will all die out, but it is about the lessons learned, and history will remember him well, better than Chamisa. And that's a fact of the matter when it comes to strategy, when it comes to policy, when it comes to accountability, and when it comes to those that truly believe in the principles of democracy. Chabangwe will be remembered well, better than Chamisa, when history is written. Many thanks.
Right. Let's go to the next speaker.
Oh, thank you, Uncle. Hello, everyone.
How are you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you. We seem to be giving Chabangu too much relevance that it doesn't deserve. Chabangu failed to prove in court that he is the SG of CCC. And when he came to these spaces here, Chabangu made us believe that he is under the leadership of Nelson Chamisa. But Chamisa is now taking Chabangu to court. We can blame Chamisa for including the Speaker of Parliament and the President of the Senate. That was a blunder, yes, but it wasn't. In the first place, they were not supposed to accept anything from Chabangu, because Chabangu is not the SG. He knows it vividly. I have engaged with Chabangu personally myself. Chabangu is a tribalist who is angry that his people did not get nominated to stand for the party in the just ended elections. You look at the people, some of the people he recalled, it has nothing to do with imposition. Prince Tuvego from Binga, is he from Masvingo? Because to me, he said he doesn't want the extension. He doesn't want Bulawayo to be the extension of Masvingo, because most people who he recalled are from Masvingo. I said, is there a problem if people were born in Bulawayo? We've got the likes of Momnyoro, who are business people in Bulawayo. Their children are now residents there. Are they not allowed to contest because they come from Masvingo? That's bullshit to me. Let's not give Chabang relevance. If the courts were effective, there was no need to reserve
Apologies
the
for the
judgment.
language, guys. Apologies for the language.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I withdraw. But what the point I want to make, if we had effective courts, the judgment was not supposed to be reserved. Chabang failed to prove that is CCC. And there is no panic which we should have for Chabang. Chabang has fired himself from being a member of CCC. He is just a member, not an office bearer. That is clear. And he failed to prove it in court. I don't see any harm that Chabang can cause anymore. He's dead and buried, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let us go to the next speaker, please.
Zaro ndandoseka takabva mushe wangu takabva mastatement akunzi dhaki ndechaiye dhaki ndiye anotedzera constitution but isisi tinongoziva kunopera politics nomaita ukanzi ndiwe chaiye ndiwe wakanaka ndiwe wauya nekuu politics dzinopera paground pane vanhu hadziperere kucourt. So it's like my question kuna Zeti. Zeti, I think tikangokura kumastreet tese. If someone knocks on your door, Zeti, and they don't know that person, and there's another person who you know knocks on your front door, do you know there are two sequences that you open your front door? If you know that, you know what I'm talking about. If let's say if a police officer knocks on my door right now, and my sister 5 minutes comes knocks on my door, there's two types that I can open my front door. It's either I open my door going out. It's either I open my door standing behind my door. There is a reason. So for Shabango, sorry, the name is still, I'm still struggling with the name of Shabango. He's more like an enemy that Chamisa cannot open the door and let Shabango in the party. So do you think Chamisa is gonna be able to fight Shabango now in the party? And when he gets in the party, in that CCC party, how do you know maybe it's gonna be even 5 people, 6 people with him? So it's better to fight him when he's outside. Then the question what about on political funding? CC, they've got 103 that were declared by our corrupt ZEC. Where is the funding is gonna go? If you wanna pin it last year, or like what happened last year with the CC, with the MDC alliance, and CC came and won 19 seats by elections, and they were told there is no political funding for you. Political funding irikwenda kune MDC vakanga vaine 7 or 8. So where do you think the political funding is gonna go? That's my question to Nkomase. Nochabango achangosara ari pamheni, akada kusara aine vanhu anosara aine vanhu, kana anosara I don't know kuti anosara just because mudhuri wacho hapana, dhaki akatomusara nemudhuri. Thank you, Nkomase.
So on political funding, Mof, Chabang does not touch political funding. That goes to the finance people, a party headed by whoever runs the party. The problem becomes when it starts to divide. This is when the problem of political funding is. But if you want to take Chabang on, Why not? I'm just giving you routes. This is the route that you've got in front of you. This is the other route that you've got in front of you. If the court case does not go your way, if the court case goes your way, Chabang turns around and evaporates into thin air within 2 days. But if it doesn't go your way, two roads, it is up to you to take. You will keep on recording people until you turn around and come. And now, when you come, you are not coming to turn around and stand face to face with him. Now you are coming in to kneel.
So my brother, so what is he fighting for? Not right now. He can record 103 people, and they're gonna be by-elections for 103. At least last time, kuna dagi type panenge financial bands, political funding, you would have. But I can recall 103. Political funding is not gonna go to the people who's gonna win these by-elections. You know, when the let's agree on that.
100% more. That's why I said Chabanga is.
But it's a weak
hold on,
statement.
Badari.
How much is the
Badari.
political funding?
Badari, hold on.
It's a
Hold
weak
on.
statement.
It doesn't matter how much it is.
Badari,
No,
hold on.
it doesn't matter how much it is, but we know we haven't got that type of money.
Listen to what I'm saying. What Chabanga was a month ago, he was a mere human being with his demands that were human being level. When he progressed to, if you've been following Chabang and studying Chabang, his demands have evolved. His argument has progressed. It's not the original one anymore that we had a month ago. It is totally different. It's changing every single time. And it's changing with power. When it turns around and this court case turns around and changes, it changes the argument. So you cannot say that, oh, what does but Chabang want? You are talking from Chabang of last month. He has evolved. Now, it shows you that he does not have limits. He does not stay with the foundational reasons of why he did what he did. It has evolved, so he will keep on evolving.
What is he fighting for? That's the question. Because it seems that he has got no gain both ways, both sides.
But he told you what
he's not gonna.
in conflict resolution.
No, Father,
why are you
please,
ignoring what
please.
he said?
No, please
Why are you
respect me. I'm
choosing
not
to ignore
talking to you.
exactly what he said?
No. I'm not talking to you. And
ngatingoita order mana tiendere mberi ngindi pane tine vakawanda vada kutaura ngatingoti ga tienderere mberi. Right. To finish off.
Greetings, comrades.
Pakistan.
At the park in Kwekwe.
Hello?
Zitapedzere.
Zitapedza.
Anyway, I actually have a bone to grind.
Talking, guys. My brother, I was talking, but I got cut off by Padare. I don't know why he's doing that.
That's true, Padare. Ndiye apindira mopo.
Right. Okay. Saka mofu achitaura ichinzwe. And if there's anyone that you want to respond to what you're saying, or respond, and then turn kuna Pakistan.
Mofu.
Yes, my brother.
Ningori two questions chete dzanachida kupoza kuna Zeti.
5 seconds I'll end. 5 seconds I'll end.
Okay.
I'm going back to Mkoma Zeti. You were saying after the court case, let's say Shabango is been given the positive outcome. What sort of power is he gonna have now? Because even if he was gonna be given more power, don't forget he's still under Chamisa. Right now he's not fighting the leadership of the party. He's still under Chamisa. Don't forget that. Still under Chamisa in courts. Chamisa is gonna fire him. And if Chamisa wants to recall tomorrow, can Chabango stop Chamisa? Thank you.
I think for me, when I hear Murphy, he
was
dismisses
Padare.
Guys,
Hausiri wega
guys,
wega
guys.
uri pana apa.
Mirai. Mirai. Move for apedza Pakistan. Estaura.
Yeah, thank you. Padre, it becomes nauseating. But
Please
anyway,
don't talk about my name wrong in your
Ayo,
presentation.
Amana,
Wandibara
ayo,
Nyara.
guys,
As if
guys.
I'm sorry.
Pakistan, can you please make your presentation?
okay, thank you. And then Nangu, Zeti keeps confusing me about power rina Chawangwiri, and he's making Chawangu an all omnipotent person right now in politics. That's why our opposition vamwe part vachizouya panapa, and then they elevate Chawangu as if wakumanaka. And process yekudzinga ma-parliamentarians aripo aya. Is there anything that people went through for Chavangu to get to a point where what happened? Was there a hearing that was set aside for these guys to be fired? Did they put my resignation letters? Did they join ZANU-PF that we don't know, which resulted in Chavangu actually making the move yekuva recall? I don't chakangomuka ma-parliamentarians are recalled. So kana personal process, why is it then there's supposed to be a formal process yekuingenja Chavangu? Kuna Chavangu chete ndo kunongoitwa formal process. Iye haana kana formal process yaanofana kuita. Kunze kungo acknowledge Chamisa chete. That's the only thing that Chavangu is standing for here. It's either he's recalling everyone or he has power to recall everyone, but haana kana umwe munhu waanoita answer to. Haana kana umwe munhu anomchallenger. Is he that all omnipotent to get us to where we are? Ndiri kutemwa nemusoro ipapo, citizens.
Right, citizens ni vadona. I think vakauya vangona kuzopindura mubvunzo. Vangona kuzopindura ipapo. Right. Let me go to Jay. Jay, can you take the mic? Nkala, I see you. I'm going to come to you. Jay, take the mic, and then I will invite Steve K to come through, and then Kala, you come through. Right. So let us go in that order, please.
Good evening, Ango J and everyone on this platform today. For myself, I'm sure it's a sad moment as citizens and as Zimbabweans to even debate about such incident that is unfolding through Shabangu. And if I can look at it, we shouldn't have been discussed about such stupidity. Shabangu is just nobody. And if we want to think deeper, even in ZANU-PF, why is ZANU-PF targeting Blawayo? It's not the first time. It's not the second time. They are trying by all means for the people like Mtuli Ngube, like this gold mafia from Mavugu. What is his name? I'm sure Sakupanya. What exactly?
I don't understand.
Yes.
And the Scott in South Africa
says what exactly they want to benefit such that they can change the election that was done. And the victory of these guys was overwhelming. And a person can just write a note. And the whole entire country, we now start debating on these all funny issues. There are people who are trying to build a cabal in Zimbabwe, and they continue looting. And as our generation is coming, we cannot foresee this. I respect President Nelson Chamisa now. He remains silent because we are dealing with the junta here. Can you tell me Mudena he couldn't receive a letter from Chamisa which was written in September, and he received the one that came from Shabangu in October? There is a foul here. There is politics that is playing with ZANU-PF, that is being played with ZANU-PF here. And if we're not carefully, they want to break that CCC again. If we are not careful as citizens, we're gonna blame each other. We saw Christopher Mtangwa celebrating that. He came openly supporting Chabangu. What exactly they want in Blawayo? That should be our questions as Zimbabweans. What exactly is happening now? Even ZANU-PF, I can challenge them. Why? What's so special about Ntuli Ncube? Why you want to come to the parliament? The people of Country Park, they rejected, they refused him, they rejected him. But he still wants to come back with the back door. And all the people we come here blaming Chamisa, constitution, even what Mudenda has done, it's unconstitutional. He hasn't have mandate to recall those people, those members of parliament. But us as people of Zimbabwe, that's why we are where we are today, because we try to reason and analyze and find something deeper which is not here. We are dealing with military here. We saw what happened yesterday. Glaring someone who come and argue and bring some fancy analysis. It's on camera, it's on record. This is exactly what has happened. Christopher Mtangwa, he came on record. He said their minds, you open their minds. Some of you, they are not smart. They are not that smart. But they are destroying our country. They are destroying our politics. Zimbabwean politics is like, it's no longer politics. It's like we are small kids. Here we are debating with something that's logically, it's nonsense. Think about it, Jabang. Okay, for instance, every Zimbabwe now, we are fighting a situation, a system in Zimbabwe. We have 103 MPs of opposition, and he's breaking those opposition. He 100% I can bet, you never win even one city. He's giving away to ZANU-PF. And ZANU-PF, what they want? It is coming to an end, his term. They want to change the constitution. They want to build a cabal. Some people make noise in supporting. They make money. It's like our fellow brothers who is sitting in Domboshava or in Uzumba, getting a bag of fertilizer. But the ZANU-PF gold mafias going all over the world with gold, and they are staying in UK. When are we going to start sit together as citizens, unite as Zimbabweans, sober thinking, and do the right thing that will benefit the next generation, that will benefit our politics? Whether you're ZANU-PF, whether you are a CCC, whether you are Maduku or whatever, we need our institutions to be strong. We need to have institutions that works in our country. From where we are now, I don't see us getting anywhere in Zimbabwe. Thank you.
Right. Yeah, bagaipa makwikwi. Hai papa mukda idira mukdara mkoma mukurevesa.
Jade, I've got a question to you.
But guys, our next speaker said we are, if you can just bear with me. Ndine munhu andinyorera message. Zvino hanzunza kuti message iyo ada kurevei and ada kuti zvinenge ndiitei. Ndine munhu andinyorera anonzi Estella, hanzi Uncle Jade, I'm watching you. Makamira papi imimi, are you with the people or zvinomuda kuti zvinenge ndipindire kuti chiko. Ndauza kuti pamurundi wacha apa murunyatso ndiwacha mawachire erudzi. Zvazokuisana here pandakamira nezuro, pandakamira nhasi, pandakamira mangwana, pandakamira I respect people's views, political affiliations. I respect everybody where they stand. That is who I am. I don't have to explain it to anybody, where I stand. I don't owe you nothing. I don't owe anybody nothing. You understand? You don't have to watch me. I don't need you to watch me. Please. I respect you as a human being and what you follow and what you like. So I'm watching you. Right. And to the next speaker.
Right. Jade, I've got a question to you. I've got a question directly to you. I know in this country, my brother, what matters most, the date you send the letter or the day the letter got received? Yes, so that akuya kuZimbabwe kuti How do we operate, or we are still that primitive to that point? We're not. Let's take for instance in question my driver's license.
I do understand.
But do you understand my point?
Yeah, the postal rule, but does it not speak to the evidence of the letter being posted?
No, it's
It
received.
does.
Received.
No, no. There
Postal
it got
rule.
posted.
Ukatora tsamba iwewe ukaipa maoko postman. That letter is regarded as having been posted on that particular day.
Yeah, but there's different levels of posting. First, that's why you told me.
Which level? No, we are not talking about that part. No, we're not talking about
the first
running.
or the second, but the postal rule yawanzoshandiswa panyaya ye it's under contract law, really. Yeah, often and acceptance. But the postal rule in that arrangement, it states that when an offer is accepted, by post, the parties to the agreement are legally bound as soon as the letter accepting the offer is posted, right? Regardless of the letter, whether it has been received later or not. But the fact that there's evidence that the letter has been posted, then under contract law, it can be argued could Muna accept.
It can be argued.
So what are the rules?
It can be argued, isn't it?
What?
But it doesn't mean it can be
It
argued.
can't be argued. But what we are talking right now, a good example, like let's say my driver's license is expiring at midnight today, and I post it a minute to midnight. If I drive, I can drive, go wherever I want to go. If a police officer stops me, I can tell him to F off. Do you understand? As long as I've got that proof, yekutaura kuti ndasenda that driver's license before it got expired. So my thing, what are our postal rules in Zimbabwe? Because tsamba yachamisa yakatoshika kuna namudhenda what, and those guys they kept it under. So for Chamisa, if he had any proof, andifunge kuti angopostwa zviri ordinary mapostura ataita tsamba dzakanzi kiss me before you open, inogona yakatopostwa zvinenge zvine more like a postal order inoti mareceipts. So how come tsamba yauyu yaizosvika before yachamisa? It's not making sense.
No, but now more often the question is, this letter was written on the 11th. Like Mimi, your argument point is we want to then argue on the equity, when was it accepted and it. So under that postal rule, we consider kuti kana tsamba ichinge yabuda maoko yapinda pa post, whether maisa mu post box memo you've got evidence of that, or whether maenda pa counter mukanoipa the post person anotora tsamba. By that mere fact that letter has been given, it has been accepted, then it means the rules of acceptances will have to to kick in on that basis. So it's more prominent in contract law, where there's this issue of offer and acceptance. So if I want to argue with it, I did post that letter as a form of accepting, and I've got this evidence ekuti nenguva dzakati ndakaenda kupost office ndikanoposta tsamba iyi before the deadline, then it means kuti that acceptance iyoyo has to be acknowledged. Saka it works in my issues yayo ekuti offer and acceptance. But now the question now then becomes, because we are trying to establish a contractual agreement here. So now, does this then work outside where those rules do not apply, the offer and acceptance rule? Does it work in terms of where there has to in other kind of communications? But that little knowledge andinayo, yekuti under offer and acceptance zvakamira so. But your argument point iyoyo ndenge ndiri kuinzwa kuti kana tsamba ichinge yapostwa inonzi izvo yaacceptwa at what point. Here we are talking of a letter yanyorwa ne-leader of political party iri kuenda kuna speaker of inenge parliament. And what we have seen of late and the arguments that are proffered, ndeyekuti once that letter has got a stamp, then it shows kuti it has been received. Is it because hatina ma-post office anenge azoshanda kuZimbabwe? Is it because of the delivery system that exists now in Zimbabwe? Yekuti munhu anofanira kushowa kuti izvo tsamba izvo shuwa yakauya ikastembwa. Ipapo handinyatsoziva, saka kana paine vane ruzivo vouyawo nevotibatsira. It's a very good point yamareza iyo mhofu. And I think if we can have a legal mind to actually come in, especially kuZimbabwe, vari knowledgeable nemarules ekuZimbabwe, kuti izvo that contract law bits of an expect an acceptance, does it apply when it comes to this situation? Because here we've got a letter that was written on the 11th of September, and it has got a death stamp of the 5th of October. Does that mean that this letter should only be considered as having been received on the basis of that stamp that was put on it on the 5th of October? Like the point yamareza, maybe that letter was sent ikangotambirwawo munhu akangoigarira pasi, then painge yakuzongosirculata panhingirikiri pasocial media, and then somebody suddenly remembers, oh, ndakarisira tsamba ye obva anoidhinda ndenge musi wacho iwoyo. Saka where does this leave us? Right. Okay. Pakazwana munhu anokwanisa kutobatsira ipapo.
maona manje sana paya padenta kuti more sanctions to that type of behavior, and we are right, 100% right.
Mofuga.
We'll never tolerate that type of behavior. We'll say more sanctions, more and more.
Maybe you come from two opposite sides. Two polar sides. But you come from two opposite sides.
Munogota mawatye imaenda kun'anga mairidza ngoma musi wa25 habiswe nengoma.
Right. Okay. Right.
Other correspondence with Parliament and it my documentation is aitwa ne-CCC. What was the procedure, especially when we are dealing with key communications with this institution from CCC point of view? Vaienda here vongonosiya kana kuti sezvozvo patiri kushandisa the assumption yekuposta painopostwa here kana kuti kana vane madocuments avo, whoever or even the messenger anoenda anofanira kuenda maybe neanother copy yekunodadzira kuti vachadhinda kuratidza kuti vaacknowledge tikavasiyira another copy tikatora copy iyi. How do they operate maybe in that instance, especially on the said date? Ndiani akaenda akanoona who, and what was the whole process? Yakangonosiyiwa here given the magnitude of this letter, because mind you it had a bearing from my understanding, because as a party CCC knew that what, these guys are actually going to be coming after the Monzora project. This is their only way of trying to get back to CCC, because number one, vanenge vaida kutry kuita staff of CCC and head of the political parties act whatever monies they want, maybe to be controlling the narrative. So I would like to believe from a strategic point.
I think that narrative is tired.
Like from
Bonyarara,
I'm not part of your friends.
but Chamisa went into this
in
election.
Bonyarara,
Let's move to speak.
Padari, can you stop, please?
Nuisance. This is the problem is you think with
right, guys, right, Andy,
all right, Uncle. Because I was trying to understand, and it would see as a party, strategically we would actually be pushing all these things, all these pointers to say we are So I wanted to find out, kana maybe pane vamwe vari vanozivawo maybe what happened apa kavanogona kutibatsirawo kutiudza kuti no guys, this is what transpired. And also ndaida kunzwisa kuti hapana here mamwe maways ekuti vanogona kuprova nawo again kuti musi wakati zvechokwadi takasvika and uyu ndiye munhu akati atenda uyu and this is what happened. And it, or maybe kana pane footages whatever anofanirwa kunge achiprova kuti on the said date around this particular time I'm sure you will see us entering this particular building, because izvo kuzomirira kuti vakazostemba on this other day, I mean, no, because mind you, kana mchidila nevanhu matsotsi, you always understand maybe this kind of thing. So I want to find out how did this whole process, went by, if there's anyone who understands what really transpired.
Right. I think it's quite an important point yamuri raise kuti panyatsoitwa certain kuti izonimvakamira sei, because if you remember, there's also a letter that was written, I think, let me see if I can get to that letter. That was written, that came from the office of, the president, advocate, Nelson Chamisa. That spoke to, sort of highlighting that correspondence that gets sent to the Speaker of Parliament. They don't get, responded to, something like that. I think, there's something, to that effect. I'm just thinking, I saw a letter that speaks, to that. Right. I think I did. I can't remember now. But I remember, there's a letter, that speak to that. But now, if you then look at this, there's a letter that was written, a correction and reversal of recalls made erroneously and mistakenly, written by the office of the president. It's dated the 11th of October, and then the parliament's stamp is on the 12th of October, and it's signed. So there is a day between the writing of that letter and the stamping of that letter. So I want to take it to mean that these letters, when they are written, I think a copy is produced. One that goes to the office and gets stamped, remains with Mudenda, and then the other one gets stamped. I think that the one that acts as a receipt in terms of that the letter has been sent and it has been received. I want to believe that maybe that is the reason why we are seeing these letters that will be having a death stamp in circulation. That 2 copies go. The messenger takes 2 copies. They hand in both copies. Those copies get stamped to indicate that the letter has been received. So I don't know whether now that is the practice, but I'm just thinking that maybe that then becomes that is the practice. But on that letter there, Advocate Nelson Chamisa finished off by saying, "Lastly, Honorable Speaker, we do take note that on the numerous occasions we wrote to you, we never received a response. Written responses from public bodies like Parliament would be valuable, not least because they show courtesy and promote good practice, but more importantly, written communication enables the citizen to fully promote accountability and responsibility, and therefore the protection of fundamental rights by enabling the pursuance of effective remedies. I trust you find this in order." So this is the letter that was written on the 11th, right? And it is ending like that, meaning that maybe correspondence between the 2 offices, they rarely or they're not responded to. I think, it's in reference to those letters to just say, you know what, we acknowledge, or this is to advise you that, we acknowledge the receipt of this letter, that maybe that is the list, that, they'll be asking for. But as it stands in there, it is indicating that this communication, right here, is not, reciprocal. We send, the letter. There's not even an acknowledgement that, we have sent, this letter. So maybe if you then look at, this letter that was, written on the 11th of September, you can easily conclude that on the basis of this cry here that has been added to this letter that, they've written, there's an indication that when correspondence is sent to the Speaker or to Parliament, there is no reverse correspondence that is also sent to indicate that the letter is being received. Is that the standard procedure? Or it is the procedure that I have spoken about to say that you take two letters, deliver the two letters, get both stamped, and then the other one acts as a receipt that we have received this letter. So I think Mofi Papo and that point. I think it was in Nkoma Denzel. I think it is quite an important subject matter to be considering in our conversations. Right. So thank you very much for that. Steve K. What did you say?
Uncle, before you go to Steve, can you
ask a question, Uncle, to what you
can you read in the tweet here promise? It seems to be oozing confidence.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it. You say that Chabangu's history, recalls a history. The attempt to destroy the legitimate leading party, CCC, has failed dismally.
But do you believe that?
I posted 9 minutes ago. You never know. Kamana nditi that whatever kutizo response chauye between now and ningi. Why do you always pray for the bed? Judgment is coming between now and before Muswa 7 and it. Nobody will Judgment, what I'm going to on the Ama, the written bit of it. For another the was say here responsibility in Ingwe part. Imadizo ningi mazwaye amaiti yaudza ningi namgwadi makabotidzwa tichizwa ningi mukacherere mgwadi. Kaka because kaningi ka iwo munhu aenda kumunhu right. And right. Saka, the next speaker I said it was going to be Nkoma Steve. Nkoma Steve, thank you for holding.
Thank you so much. I sometimes I feel like crying and then laughing and then love it and then hate it when Napadar is around. But hey, my guy, he's an interesting one. And also, I almost responded to Mof, and then I realized that he's talking about Zimbabwe. I almost say, you know what, you can always digitalize your driving license renewal, but I realized that he's talking about Zimbabwe. So, and then I just stopped there. You see. So you can just do it online and then expect it to be. But to be honest, some of these things we are talking about here, it makes us a little bit shallow in the way we do things. How can you deal with so in kind of like one sentence we are saying that everything is captured, and then when we do things, we do our things soft. You see, you send a letter and then you don't get kind of like a confirmation or acknowledgement to say that, yes, we have received it and we've done something. If it were me, I remember in March, I went to Zimbabwe there, and then we went to 10 Mile council there. So we had an issue, right, of roads and other council things were not done. So they asked us to write a letter. They said that, no, you shouldn't come here. You write a letter and then you come in and then you give it to these people. We wrote a letter. We went to those people. We said, we want to make sure that this letter is received and read by someone. And then we also want some sort of a receipt to say that you saw it. And then you tell us when exactly are you going to kind of like act on this if there is any time frame. So how come our opposition party or our Triple C is failing to do this thing, especially if you know that there is no leeway at all, there is no space to kind of like really to make any error or to be soft at all, right? Go all in, stay there, put the letter, make sure it's stamped, and also when you finish your letter, make sure that you confirm who you are, what's your intent, and all that kind of stuff. I do not know. It's just saying. But when I'm listening again to President Chamisa, there is this, I had to say it, ambiguity. Maybe there is no kind of like this kind of like structure that we should know. So it's literally, yeah, I am the.
It's not ambiguity. It's incompetent.
Yeah. Padare, come on now, man. I need
It's
to go to
called
toilet.
ambiguity for a reason. Accept it. We don't. These folks, they don't accept. You know what happens. You know, you have never heard them. You know, come to and interrupt. What if you interrupt one more time, Padari? There's a goat. There's a goat at the back of my shed. It needs an skinning.
Yeah, so we've got all these things, right? And then the other thing, I think someone had already touched on this one, right? To be honest, it is interesting when we talk about these things. The only kind of like a due process we need, it has to be done by. I'm not going to say a Triple C at this point. It has to be done by Chamisa. He has to produce this. He has to done this. But to be honest, Chabangu hasn't produced much really. All we know is the letter, and we haven't even seen this kind of like interim constitution really. If it was there, to be honest with you guys, let us be a little bit clever and kind of like let these politics things aside. We would have seen it. Someone would have licked this, and then we would have scrutinized it on Twitter here or Facebook or whatever. So this idea of like Chabangu is the one who's the goat, and I've gone by my brother. I truly love my brother. Kazethia, I like it when he speaks, but sometimes I'm feeling like there are these words now he's now putting in our heads. Oh, Chabango is a demigod, but when he won, he will be a god. And all of a sudden, and then I'm asking in my head, so how come Monzora is not a god? Right? He did the same process. He went the same thing. He won because of the kind of like the regime that is there so that he can destroy the opposition. That's the only way he did it. But how come he's not God? All he does now is literally to come to Liverpool here and show us that he's dealing with Labour. That's not even in anyway, and Labour is starting to lose. So that's for another thing, another kind of stuff. So this idea of only that Triple C has to show up with details, to show up with this, and now we're only talking about 2 letters. From what I've seen this morning, these guys went into that court with briefcases, big bags of information. What is in those bags? Nobody here knows, and all we're doing, we are working on assumptions in what we think. That's what it is. Nobody really here. So any kind of like really kind of like what was the correspondence, what's been happening, what was provided into that court, right? Nobody really. All we did was hearing. Was there anything that happened before then? Nobody knows. Did anyone produce any papers to say, okay, this is what was done? Maybe, who knows? Maybe there are some minutes of the picture. Just remember that photo of Chamisa Chabangu when Chabangu did not. Maybe there are some minutes from that. Nobody really here knows, but the assumption that are being thrown out here, and also because actually we've met people like my brother here as the god of information. Now we listen very kind of like a really earnestly, thinking that there is an information about when I'm hearing, to be honest, guys, it's not fair. Let us be fair. Let's put all the information here. And sometimes we accept that we actually do not know, right, what is happening here. We actually do not know what information was put forward, because I do not believe that anyone here knows actually really what was put out there. And I believe that nobody here actually knows what's going to happen from now till the 7th or whenever that information comes out of it. But all I can say is that let us try to make our things a little bit sacred. Right now, nothing is special in Zimbabwe. Anything can happen. A guy from the street can come and say, I'm now the chief executive of this organization. They take it and they destroy it. And I'm saying this because I've seen it happening. My mom worked really hard in Zimbabwe there in Blawa. My guy, Chiangwa, came, take the whole organization, destroyed it. Because nothing is sacred, nothing is important in Zimbabwe. She lost all her pensions and all that kind of stuff. So we're talking this from real life experience, right? My mom had nothing, but she covered herself up and then she went wherever she went. Now she raised herself up there. So she's living pretty, she's okay. There's nothing to cry about that. But nothing is sacred anymore in Zimbabwe. Guy Chabangu just comes, hey, I'm this, and everybody from my other side there, ZANU-PF, everybody comes here. Yeah, Chabangu, let's support him. But you know that Chabangu does not have information. Uncle Jed, you did a good job. You brought the guy. The guy did not say anything at all here. Anything. Like one guy who actually called him a tribalist. Yes, he's literally aggrieved that people are coming from other cities and become our mayors and our councillors. Is that the reason to destroy something? Right. This has been happening since Pope was in Otterboy. Right. This has been happening. Find another way of stopping these things to happen rather than destroying people's lives. But it's not. We know that we are emotional and we do not have facts, or we are not so intelligent than other people. But what is happening in Zimbabwe right now is not nice. We have got to start to learn to make our things quite serious, right? Let's make it serious. There are certain things that people should not touch, especially when people vote. Your vote is really, really important. Your vote should be sacred. Your vote should be special. Nobody should be allowed to touch that. But if you allow someone like a Chabangu to just come and do what they did, and then all of us, we're like, yeah, this is really good, destroy it. And my brother Padara comes here, laugh at us, say, you have been, but it's not fair. It's your cousins who are not part of ZANU-PF. It's your cousins, your other people who are not part of your gang that are suffering. So
Chabangu is clever than Chamisa. What else do you want me to do?
No, but that's what I'm saying. But easy though, without you.
Right. All right, guys. Steve K, can you finish off?
Yeah.
Please.
So how I'm gonna finish this one, uncles, is to say that let us try to make our things a little bit more special, and let us start to reject mediocrity, in our kind of like our world, especially in Zimbabwe politics. Mediocrity should not be allowed. No man should send a letter and then all of a sudden someone accept that letter as a gospel without actually due diligence. So, and then let us not only kind of like force the opposition to bring in some, I don't know, some information from Norway. So I recommend Chamisa for not saying much really around this thing. I think he's doing a good job. So thank you so much, Uncle, for giving me space to cry.
How can it be a good job when the party was taken away from him?
Go on. Right. G-Match, Pastor. Right. Right. And then Estelle, I see you've joined us. I'll give you the opportunity to speak. So let us go with that order. G-Match, Pastor, and Estelle. Carl, I'll come to you after the pocket, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Uncle, for having me here. For me, I don't want to get into like little nitty-gritties like this postal rule and stuff like that. We are getting very petty. We have got a big issue at hand, which is the Chabangu case. That's what we need to discuss, whether we like it or we don't. This issue has been taken off our hands as voters. We have been disrespected. We didn't respond in the rightful way. And now it's out of our control. They are doing it the political way. And I can understand a citizen what he was actually trying to explain to us, that Chabangu has got the powers. He's going to be granted more powers in the courts. As soon as he get that from the courts, he will wield his axe extremely. If this issue is not dealt with politically, like how, for example, guys, I know that there are a lot of CCC people, and we are too emotional, and we are not looking at it the right way. the Zimbabwean way. Actually, we are thinking of it in a normal world, but Zimbabwe is not normal. Excuse me for saying that. If this issue is not handled in a political way, like what Zeti was saying, this issue should have been dealt with backdoor and fire the guy. The guy could have been fired easily. Backdoor negotiation, and after that, give him a post and fire him after that. That was the masterstroke political move that our president could have done. But now that we are here, we can't fire him. He's got the power. Whatever we do, we can't fire him. As soon, you know, if you follow, as soon as he's going to get his ruling, he's going to do recalls straight away from there. That's his move, and he's going to do it. So whether we like it or we don't, we are being dismantled. Again, this is happening all over again, like the COVID times. Remember when Monsora was actually dismantling it and saying whatever they were saying, they were getting the limelight, they were treating themselves as like, coming up with all these things that they were talking about, and everyone was annoyed. And we were just sitting in our houses and watching. And now it's going to start happening again because it's Zimbabwe, guys. It is Zimbabwe. And there is no way we can run away from that fact. So I think we are still maturing. To be honest with you guys, if you look at big political giants like ZANU-PF, threaten them, you are dead. I'm sure us as CCC people here, we wish Chabangu dead right now. We do. If that happened to ZANU, that guy will be history. He'll be dead. Makaona general ese akafa. Isn't general vasara chaivo can't even move. Kana akutomuvha akuenda kuchina kunogadzirwa ndirini hameno zvaanenge akunoitwa ikoko ndo zvinotoitika, and that's politics. That's deep politics. They remove all of us mavoters and our emotions. Tineta garawo kumanje takuita sei takutambwa tsori idzodzi dzakuitwa tozotanga kutoti politics and alliance, but ndizvozvo guys, ndo zvine zvakutongoitika. Yakatotorwa yakabvutwa from our own hands and now yakuitwa kudenga uko manje zviri political zvekurwisana kwavo ivo. And unfortunately there is winners and losers here. So whether we like it or whether we become emotional, togona kutukana, togona kudika, we can do that all day. But at the end of the day, we have got a country that is dead as a dot, or like what Hope says. We've got no currency of our own. The economy is screaming. We still have got Kwashi Walker. We still have got zvirwere zvimwe zvinoto medieval diseases zviri kuitika muZimbabwe, and we have hedu varakashi vanenge vari pana honorable padara. I don't know what they get, these guys, but we still have these people who support that. I don't know why they do, but they're still broke and living here in England. They are not in their country where they actually say, oh yeah, it's Zimbabwe yakanaka, but vanenge vasimo munyika macho.
Saka takangofanana zvedu tichitambudzika
Exactly.
tese
Exactly.
hazvina basa
Saka
zviripo
kana tichitambudzika tese ngatichibatanai kanhai brother togadzira nyika.
ini ndofarira nhamo iwo inofarira kupfuma chiita yakazve kuti upfume.
Okay.
Ini itoripo.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Ndo zvinoratidza hazvo mafungiro ako, but anyway.
Chiwenga angotsurodza zvimusha. Chiwenga angotsurodza yona yemvura.
Yeah.
I feel sorry for him.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes when I see him, I feel like
this is what I'm saying. It's now political. It's a game. Now it's a game of eliminating each other. If Chamisa is eliminated, our president is eliminated. Guys, tatongofa tangomira 2028. Tofoma futi zvimwe zvinyowani. Koya futi ma-vouchers. Akaita seiwaya. Then they take it away from us. Again, we will keep building and being destroyed and keep building and being destroyed. So what I think is we need to come up with a very big plan. We need to come up with these crisis resolution committees in our party where we can actually deal with grievances and deal with them straight away. That's what I think. This is where I am, guys. We can actually go down to nitty-gritties of this. The letter was posted 2 days. The letter was posted a week ago. But here we are. patiri ndepanapa. Let's deal neizvozvo. Izvozvo zvatiwine zvekuti anzi Zambia yakazopotswa ikazi yakadai kuZimbabwe kune constitution yeko, and they use that to their own advantage anyway. Pavanoda, when they want. And whether we cry here, whether people are going to like what I'm saying or dislike it, but mafacts anozongouya mawiki achingofamba. Takadismantliwa takatariswa namonzora tikati zvinozodai tikamboshingirira tikaita hope tikatarisa takatsamwa tikange tichapwanya matv, but things happened and zvese zvakatorwa namonzora akaenda nazvo. Now he's just like an undertaker now. So vanosara vasina mbiri ana Chabangu vacho. Yes, vanoenda to build a foot again. But I thank you. I yield the mic.
All right, thank you very much. The next speaker, please.
Thank
you. Thank you, Ango, Jerry, and the speakers who spoke before me. For me, Ango, Jerry, I prefer to look at this issue from the view of what the CCC did wrongly and what it could have done differently and what it should do differently instead of blaming ZANU-PF. Because, I mean, this is a game of politics and you would expect ZANU-PF to take advantage of, of anything and weaken the opposition, just as the opposition can also do the same. If the CCC has an opportunity to weaken ZANU-PF, it will have to take advantage of that and weaken ZANU-PF. It's a game. So if we keep on looking at the door of ZANU-PF and say, even if CCC would have done this, ZANU-PF would have still have done that. I mean, there are things that CCC would have done differently, which would have at least alleviated some of these things. So for me, I think that the CCC should reflect, because there are a lot of mistakes that have been made internally. I will give an example of this issue of when President Chamisa says we don't have positions, we have responsibilities. There's no organization that can operate on the basis of responsibilities and tasks without positions, because tasks and responsibilities have to drive from positions. And you can say, okay, we know who our leaders are, we know how we are structured, but when you are now dealing with state institutions, you need to provide supporting documents, and these documents are not there to really give the CCC a credible argument. It would be a miracle if the CCC is going to win this particular case. I believe that Chabangu is going to win this particular case. Okay, so the other issue now is that Chabangu issue is no longer, it's not just about what happened before the elections, because if you look at what he's saying now, number one, he's now completely taking a completely different direction with the direction of the party. On election, he says we enabled the rigging of the election ourselves because of what we did. Number one. Number two, he says the election phase is closed, we have to move forward. He says the MPs should not, withdraw from the parliament. He threatens them with expulsion, which means that negotiating with him is not an option, because he's taking a completely different direction with the direction that the party is taking. He says I'm under President Chamisa, but that's a lie. He's not under President Chamisa, because everything he's doing is to actually dismantle President Chamisa. So the issue is, for me, the issue is the CCC needs to sit down and be pragmatic and accept that this issue is really a difficult issue and take some hard decisions. For me, that's it. This issue that we are doing, we are just wasting time until we get to a point where the CCC will realize that this Chabangu case is really a difficult case for them to fight. Okay, so it's a waste of time. So what do I think is the way forward for CCC? As I conclude, I think the way forward for CCC is to withdraw, complete withdrawal of all the officials. Okay, start a new party with a new name, a new constitution with watertight structures and participate in by-elections, okay, as a new entity. This can be a hard choice, but I think it's better because if the CC continues on this path, Chabangu is going to gain more ground, he's going to gain more limelight, and he's going to bring more and more distress. For him to, the CCC just needs to throw him under the bus by doing that. He can remain with the political party's finances. He can, maybe some few MPs may defect and associate with him, but that's okay. At least you are building and starting again, rather than to insist when you really see that you are going nowhere with this issue. So then finally, I think Jay said something very important, that we can continue to fight as Zimbabweans and continue to plan and scheme against each other. But to be honest, we will not go anywhere. At the end of the day, it should not be about CCC and ZANU-PF. It should be about, let us come together as a nation. There are things that people from ZANU-PF and CCC can agree as Zimbabweans and say we need to move our nation forward. This polarization does not benefit ZANU-PF or CCC. It just pulls us down, okay? So we need to be able to come to a point where we agree. Somebody talks about sanctions and say, oh, we need more sanctions. As I conclude, Uncle Jerry, look here. When we look at sanctions, we must be able to look at not only whether the one who is sanctioned deserves to be sanctioned, but we must also look at whether the one who sanctions has the moral right to sanction. America does not have the moral authority to sanction Zimbabwe because of not only America, all those countries that sanctioned Zimbabwe. They don't have the moral authority because of, you cannot talk of global inequality today without attributing it to imperialism, without attributing it to most of the countries that imposed the sanction on Zimbabwe. You can't do that. You can't do that. These are countries, they have more to learn from us than we have to learn from them, if we are to tell the truth. But we don't see the big picture. We sanitize imperialism by accepting to be sanctioned by imperialists whose hands are dirty. So until we get to a point where, as a people, we understand that we fought for our rights, we fought against imperialism. How can we be students of imperialists today when we fought them yesterday? At what point did we become that bad to be impose sanctions on us? So we need to get to a point where we have that understanding. That is what will take us forward. Thank you, Uncle Jerry.
But what about us who are fighting dictatorship? What about us who are facing the killing from ZANU-PF? What about us, the people who are suffering under ED? That's why we are saying more sanctions, because we can't come together.
Look here, I understand this. I understand the frustration, my brother. But maybe I can speak more from a Pan-African view. That, that's why when Nkrumah says Africa must unite, he knew what he actually meant. He knew that imperialism is there to divide us and then take advantage of those divisions. So we must be able to see things through a bigger picture, to say, yes, we can fight on our own, but at the end of the day, sometimes we are being made to fight and then someone is taking advantage of our fights. So this is an understanding that requires both those who are in the opposition and those who are in ZANU-PF to say, no, why should we be fighting on our own? We we give imperialism the room to divide.
My brother, don't put that way that we are fighting. ZANU-PF is killing the people. When did you see people fighting people? Don't try to confuse us here. ZANU-PF, they are killing people.
When I'm talking about fighting, I'm not talking about physical fighting. I'm talking about
whatever fighting you're talking about.
You understand what I'm saying? I'm talking about polarization. That polarization does not, as long as we are polarized, that is what causes these fights and human rights abuses and all that. That's what I'm saying.
No, my brother, please.
Wait, I want to finish. I have my point. I have my opinion, and I have the right to speak my opinion. What I'm simply saying is that the more we are polarized, the more we have all these issues. So as long as we are polarized, this is not going to stop. What is going to stop these issues is for us to begin to move towards each other. That's what I'm saying. And that if we move towards each other, then we can begin to converge on certain issues. But as long as we are polarized and we are fighting, we are not trying to find a common ground, then we will continue to have more people who are going to die, more people are, the economy is going to continue to collapse and all that. That's why I'm saying what is important is for us to come together and then get the assistance of other actors such as SADC to help us to find each other and build the nation together. Otherwise, we'll continue on this path that is it's a mutually assured destruction where everybody is affected regardless of political association.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much for that. Right. Let's go to the next speaker, please.
I wanted to ask a question, Uncle Jet.
What right, most of after the next speaker.
Is that me, Uncle Jet?
Yes, it's you.
All right, thank you. Now go comment on the previous speaker before I give my own submissions. He says that as long as we remain polarized, we're going to continue to fight and mutually destroy each other. Does he not realize that the polarization is being done by ZANU? When they go out and they say that if you don't support ZANU, you cannot get any benefits, any even donations from outside the country, you can't get simply because you don't support ZANU. When they go out and they abduct and they kill anyone who doesn't support ZANU, they are the ones who are polarizing us. And he also said that no one is benefiting from the polarization. Sadly, I have to disagree with you there, my brother. ZANU PF is benefiting from the polarization. Why? Because ZANU PF knows that the only thing that can remove it from power is a united mass. When the citizens...
Sorry,
All right, bye-bye. Bye-bye.
bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, bye-bye. Oh, thank you. Thank you. ZANU PF knows that the only thing that can remove ZANU PF from power is a united people, united citizens. And so they are doing everything in their power to divide us on tribal lines, on political lines, even on religious lines. They have pastors for ED, on legal lines. They are using all the institutions to keep us divided. And the other thing they are doing, they are keeping us focused on CCC, pointing out how CCC is weak, how CCC should have done this, and if they hadn't done that, this would have happened. These are mind games being played on the people. The aim is to stop you from realizing that you are the one who has the power to remove ZANU PF, and you can only do that if you're united. As long as you are pointing fingers at CCC and you're comfortable to have someone to blame for everything that's happening around you, for everything that you are allowing to happen around you, ZANU PF has that advantage over us as a people. And so it is ZANU PF who are polarizing us. The speaker says that we are being made to fight. We are not being made to fight. ZANU PF is just killing people, just abducting people, torturing, injecting unknown substances into people. No external force is making us fight. This didn't start from the outside. This started with ZANU PF when they started to disregard the voice of the people. So it is not about anyone from the outside. We are not so stupid that we wait to be told by someone from outside the country that, hey, you're being oppressed. You need to speak out. You need to stand for your rights. We see for ourselves what's happening. You don't need to come here and tell us we are being polarized by someone who's on the outside. And you talk about Pan-Africanism. Why doesn't your Pan-Africanism start by addressing the fact that if we are to unite as Africans, we have to start loving one another, respecting each other as Africans? Then we can unite and we can drive one goal together. Why do you look aside and pretend not to see all the atrocities being visited on the people by imperialists? ZANU-PF is imperialist. You would like to point fingers above and say they are imperialists, but why don't you see the ones who are just above us here?
Can I respond to a few minutes? 1 minute.
No. I'm just commenting.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not even asking you. And you say you talk about the moral authority to sanction. My brother, there is no such thing. That is nonsense. Even the judge who judges you in court could be a rapist for all you know. He's got his own weaknesses. There is no perfect person who, for that reason, is qualified to morally to stand as a judge. But it's an office that you take regardless of us. We can't validate who you are as an individual before we stand before you in court and you pass your judgment. That is nonsense. There's no such thing as moral authority to sanction. If you have done wrong, if you have invited sanctions upon yourself, that gives anybody the moral authority to sanction you. Just like if you commit a crime, it gives anybody the moral authority to bring justice on you, to call the cops on you, to arrest you if they can detain you one way or the other. You don't say, I know that you are accused of rape last year, so you don't have the moral authority to detain me when I'm stealing in your house. That doesn't make any sense to me. And somebody talked about how CCC is focusing on responsibilities instead of positions. My brother, positions are nothing. It is the responsibilities that come with the positions that make the positions. If you are said to be a president and you do nothing presidential, you're not a president. That's just a label which means nothing. It should mean nothing to you and it should mean nothing to nobody in a logical world. It's only in the case of Zimbabwe where someone can be called a president and do nothing, don't carry out none of the responsibilities of a president and still get remunerated much better than the presidents in other countries who are actually, developing their countries, producing for their countries. We need to run away from that mentality. It's a backward, retrogressive mentality. We need people who understand that a president is not a title. It is a responsibility. You go into the presidential elections thinking about what do I want to do when I am in that position as president, not thinking about how much respect, how much money am I going to get, and how people are, I can push people, I can boss people around when I am president. That's the wrong mentality altogether. President Chamisa is revolutionizing politics in Zimbabwe right before our very eyes. Unfortunately, we are so stuck in our old ways that we can't see it. Instead, we start, picking at what he's doing and trying to find fault at what he's doing. What President Chamisa is doing is removing that mentality where we want to hand over our God-given power in our numbers, hand over to a few individuals that they have to stand for us and decide for us what needs to happen and make things work for us in our country. That doesn't work. What works, if you look at those countries which are working, what makes those countries work is that the citizens are informed and they are very, very alert, watching what politicians are doing in their name. Politicians act in the name of the citizens, and the citizens monitor. Kuti, are you doing what we want you to do? And if you don't do what we want you to do, you are out. We are finding someone else who will represent us. Because ndo basa rema leaders, ndo basa rema politicians, kuti they have to find out kuti vanhu vari kudei munyika. Kana vaziva zviri kudiwa nevanhu, ndozvavanoitira vanhu izvozvo. Ndo politics dziri mature. Politics dziri based on reality. Kwete politics dziri based on theory. Yekuti hey, constitution that, hey, chakazoti tichingoitisana nharo the theory, nyika ichiondomoka. He, zvinorevei izvozvo vanhu vakuru? What does it mean? Like right now, tiri kusangana kuma spaces, kuma lives, kudiscussa ma political moves ari kuitwa naChabangu, what CCC did, what Chamisa did, what he shouldn't have done. Do you understand, kuti this is real life? And in the same manner that Iwewe, in your home, in your neighborhood, you have to watch what is happening around your home, what is happening around your neighborhood, to guard, safeguard the well-being of your home, of your family. Kuti zvinhu zvisaitike zvinokudisadvantage iwewe kana kuti zvinodestroya mhuri yako. We are supposed to do that even at this political level, because it's very simple and straightforward. When we don't do that, it comes back and hits us in the back. Ndisu tinotambura. When we choose not to be on the forefront, holding politicians to account and forcing them to do what we will, to do our will, at the end of it all, ndisu vacho tinosara tichitambura. Kusina magetsi, kusina mvura. But then how do we spend so much time just analyzing, like people who are not, affected, just analyzing, tichitoseka sometimes, tichipa my excuses, politics, no, 1,000 times no. Politics are zvadziri. Those attacks allow us to become in Zimbabwe. Politics is about the livelihood of the people, but it is up to the people to ensure that politics serves them. Ma laws nema rules anogadzirwa nevanhu. Hakuna ma laws akazvigadzira ega before people made them. People make laws and rules to allow order and life and progress in their lives. Isisu takutora ma laws nema rules kuti they are above us, and we cannot we cannot influence those laws. Like, we are just bystanders, observers, and subjects of these laws. Kuti whatever zvinenge zvangoitwa izvozvo, tichingotarisa, tichingokomenta, tichingokomplaina, tichichema. Ndekupi koko kune life iyoyo yemunhu anoita helpless like that? We are not victims, we are not helpless, we are powerful. We are powerful in our numbers, and I think we have to stop relegating that power to individuals and then point fingers and blame them when they abuse that power or when they fail to achieve what we are hoping that they would achieve for us. We cannot expect one man to free the whole country, and all of us, we just watch and wait and then comment on what he's doing wrong, what he's getting wrong, as if we are not the ones who are going to suffer another 5 years if he doesn't succeed. I've seen comments apano pa Twitter. Saka CCC chaita sei manje zvadai. CCC, koiwewe. How are you going to survive the next 5 years if you don't do something to make sure that this nonsense is stopped? Tiriwanu wakuru, please. It's such an embarrassment to allow vanhu vasina chikoro ndo vari kutiitisa izvi. Isusu vanhu takadzidza. I know mese muri panapa muri vanhu vakadzidza, but kune vamwe vanhu vasina kana chikoro vari kutambisai nhodo. But because of the theoretical education yatakapuwa yakati it's removed us from reality, we don't even know what is real anymore. Takungogara mutheory. We are being ruled by theory.
Okay,
Uncle Jeza, just 1 minute, not more than 1 minute.
No,
All right.
guys,
Uncle Jed.
wait, guys, wait, guys.
Ndiri Uncle Jed.
No. Pane vanhu vari kutaura ndizvoni varataura ka. I just want to apologize kuti handisi kutomboona kuti zvondiyana ari kutaura. Because for some weird reason, screen yacho is not telling me kuti ndiyana ari kutaura. Saka going forward, mongonudza kuti Uncle Jed ndine nhenge twataura and then it will be okay. Because I need to see kuti zvondiyana anenge achida kutaura. Apedza ini vanhu.
The pastor.
Oh, pastor. All right.
Yeah,
okay.
and respond kana azanzo apedza.
All right.
Pastor,
Okay.
you might as well wait because I have a question for you too. This is Jayela.
Okay. Right.
This is Estella speaking. Kana mama musiri kuona. Uncle Jed ndokumbirisawo kuzotaura nemi kumashure.
Monba number yenyu kumashure.
Phone number. Ndokupai how?
Ko kumashure kwacho kwatula kutaura nditi ku DM here nayo hanzvadzi.
All right. Inini I've been trying kukutumirai but iri kundirambira. So I was hoping if you could try from your end, then.
All right. I want no problem. All right, okay. I'll sort you out. All right.
So ndalenda hangu.
Right. Saka vada kuvabvunza mubvunzo starting na pastor na pastor. Sorry mukoma. And then kana vapindura JL, you come through.
Yes, thank you, Gerald. Yeah, my sister Estella, I agree with you absolutely that we as a people, we have the responsibility to fight for our nation. We can't say CCC, Chaita say, because it is our nation. But I want you to get my point. Maybe I did not give it clearly. My point was that there's no doubt that ZANU-PF has committed atrocities from the Madepeleland massacres in the early 1980s, where more than 20,000 citizens were killed. From 2000, the violence, the abductions, everything diabolical has happened in our country. That cannot be contested. My point is that if we are going to focus on that, on saying ZANU-PF is doing that, ZANU-PF is not going to stop doing what it is doing. It can actually do worse than what it has done. And so if your focus is to say this ZANU-PF is doing this and doing that, and at the end of the day, you are not going to be able to fight against that. So you will always be a victim and you cannot rise to victory. The question is, how do you rise to victory? That's why I'm saying my focus is on CCC and not on ZANU-PF. That was my key point. On the question of sanctions, I think that is more of an intellectual debate. That is not for the moral authority. That is not for this space. So that one, I cannot comment more on that one. But just to say that I'm not sanitizing all the things that have happened, the abductions. I can't sanitize that. What I'm simply saying is that we need to look at our strength as a people. Where do we have the strength for us to fight, rather than keeping on to say somebody robbed me today, somebody robbed me tomorrow, what can you do to strengthen yourself to stop that robbery? That's my point. I'm not blaming CCC, but I'm saying what can CCC do differently in order to fight against this and rise to victory? Thank you.
Am I to answer him?
Yeah, you can respond to to what he said, and then I'll bring in JL.
All right. The first thing you need to do is to stop expecting CCC to do something. Like, stop thinking that CCC has to do something. Say, I have to do something. That's the very first thing. And know that I have the power to do something. And set the will to do something. Where there's a will, there's a way. When you look at something and you think, how can we do this? How can we do that? It's because you have not yet set the will. But when you are determined to get something done, you will find the way.
Right. Okay. JL, come through.
Thanks, Chad. Okay, so I'm just really stuck at something that the pastor who calls himself brutal Pan-Africanist, whatever that means. That label has honestly been abused thoroughly, but I'm still stuck. Mr. Pastor, at what you said about, we fought for our rights. Which rights? That would be my question. Which rights are we talking about when we have our rights being trampled upon? Our constitution has been trashed. I'm talking about the Constitution of Zimbabwe, the 2013 one, which people uh, did uh, en masse, uh, vote for, accept, and that's become legal now. But you're talking about rights that we fought for. Our rights, you tried to bundle it up with sanctions, and you're damn right, you better not bring that discussion here. um yeah, you better not bring that discussion here, that lame discussion about sanctions, and somehow wanting to make it some excuse for excusing ZANU PF's behavior on sanctions. That's not acceptable. And furthermore, just commenting on the previous discussion here with Estella, you know what? Absolutely, we cannot be looking at what Triple C should do or whatever. The first thing we have to do is call out wrong for wrong, what it is. That's what we have to do as a people. I didn't get that. Okay. We have to call out wrong for what it is as a people and focus our attention and energies
So you want
there.
to do that?
That's what we have to do, instead of trying to turn this around to what CC should do, and this is what should. No, that's the wrong way around, Pastor. Let's focus our attentions on who is actually breaking the laws in this country. It's ZANU PF, and that's where we all have to focus our energies on. The moment we all do that, that's how we get to do something about it, instead of trying to divert our attention. Because by so doing, I am convinced that it is, it's actually a way in which you're trying to dissolve people's, power, just that people power to say, okay, no, let's not worry about ZANU PF. Let's worry about what Triple C is doing and whatnot. When that's not what our focus should be. We all need to be looking into. ZANU PF has wronged us for all these decades. What now needs to be done to them? Never mind about Triple C. What do we all need to do as a collective about ZANU PF? That's where our energy and focus needs to be upon. And so please don't disrespect us here, bringing in the whole, sanctions, drama and debate. We don't even want it. So just don't bring it into this kind of discussion. I think it's disrespectful for the people who've lost their lives, the people who are being brutalized, those who have been tortured, abducted. It's honestly, it's disrespectful. Don't put that up in here with this discussion. Thank you. That's all I have to say. Thanks, Jed.
Okay, Jet, my last response to my sister there. You said we have to call what is wrong for what is wrong. And there's no doubt about it. We have to all do that. Okay. And even if you go on my Twitter, I've been calling what is wrong, what is wrong. I've been saying it's wrong to incarcerate job scholar for this long. The abductions that are happening is wrong. It's something that we are all doing. The reason why we are focusing on CCC is because that is the vehicle through which to take power. Because unfortunately, yes, it is our collective responsibility, but we have to use the vehicle to achieve that collective responsibility. Okay, and that vehicle is the CCC, and everyone should be concerned with
We
the fact.
don't need to do that. We need to get away from that. Stop trying to make this about Triple C. As a nation, what are we going to do collectively? So don't try and put it on
Okay,
Triple C.
wait,
Don't.
okay, We
No,
need
no,
leadership.
that's a lazy argument, and that's exactly what we're saying we need to move away from. But I guess you can't hear that because you don't want to do something about it. You want someone else to. That's why we're here with all these theories and really lame arguments, at which we're honestly all tired of. I know I can speak for the women on this. We're all tired of it, and that needs to stop. So. The Constitution, if you want to talk about this constitution and that, the constitution, it allows us in section 59 and other sections to actually go up, demonstrate, protest, whatever, petition. All these things don't need some type of vehicle. So can we just put that behind us?
We can do that. We are allowed to do that, but the environment is too difficult for us to do that. So what I want to say here is that you don't
Oh,
have
okay then. So it's Triple C's burden.
no, you don't have to tell me what to say and what not to say. I have the right to say what I have to say, and I don't respect people who use insults, instead of
Nope, nobody insulted
yes.
you, so you can stop right there, Pastor.
Yes, because when you say don't come and disrespect, if I'm raising an opinion, I'm not
It's
disrespect.
very
Engage,
disrespectful. It's
engage,
disrespectful.
engage,
Disrespectful
engage.
to victims. We need to stop that.
Guys, conversation yacho kwayakuenda topedzisira takuita maarguments after arguments saka right, ngatiendere mberi nechirongwa.
I apologize, Uncle Chad, but
No, no, it's fine.
I find it disrespectful to say that it's okay for us to have sanctions because other people like ourselves in this generation are fighting for our rights. So which rights is he talking about? That rights were fought for, therefore it's okay for ZANU-PF to be doing what it's doing.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that.
This is a
Quickly.
complete 1 minute.
Quickly.
Judge. This is a misrepresentation of what I said. I did not say ZANU-PF is doing what is right. I never said that. I never said that. And to say, yes, I never said that. So you must not put words in my mouth. I am one who also suffered at the hands of ZANU-PF from the time that I was an A-level student. So you cannot say that to me. The question is that we are helping each other here to say, what can we do as a nation? If my idea is wrong, if you think it's wrong, raise your idea, but don't say this is disrespectful. I never sanitize the killing of our abduction of people. I can never do that. So let us engage at the level of ideas and not to say, this is nonsense or insults and all that. I think that is not right.
Right. I hear you. I think, we are clear. The most important thing here is to engage, on ideas. I like it when people say that, we need, to come together, collectively and put our heads, together and then map out, the way forward. But also we need to be cognizant of the fact that, we are operating in an environment whereby that environment is characterized, by an investment in political parties or in our politics, where with the view of a solution, being found. And we have been, on that trajectory for a very long time now. We've been on that path, for a very long time now, whereby we thought that for to change the status quo, to change whatever it is that is happening in Zimbabwe, people stand behind an alternative which is the opposition in Zimbabwe. But we have seen the response that has been given by the ruling party, to opposition, forces in Zimbabwe. We can talk about, the opposition forces starting from the days of, ZAPU, all the way, we can talk about, the Tekeres of this world. We can talk about the Ndamaning stories of this world. And, the treatment that these, politicians have received from the ruling party in its quest, to keep its, its grip on power. And sometimes it is quite, frustrating, and it is quite something, that is hurtful, that is painful, to want to realize that, some of us, we have lived, so long with this dream to say that things are going to change. When I look at the young generation, and when I look at the generations that have been born, from the 90s, going onwards, and I'm looking at that generation, I'm like, these people are never going to enjoy a Zimbabwe, that I enjoyed. And you look at, whatever it is, that is happening to them. Some of them, they're dying young. They've never experienced what a good life, is all about. And it's something, that is painful, and it is very, very hurtful. Now, sometimes folks have now, relegated themselves to a position of just being onlookers and, losing it. On the basis that sometimes they believe that they can't do nothing or they can't do anything about the situation that is obtaining in Zimbabwe. But yes, I do agree. We need we need to stick together. We need to look at what can be done. We need to look at but another important thing now, because you see the danger that we are now faced we are now being faced with in Zimbabwe. People have now become accustomed and so used to the idea of opposition, politics, because of some benefit that it brings to them. And this is why we are experiencing all these things that we are experiencing, because an opposition that is hell-bent on trying to get power, they will make sure that whatever teething problems that they face, they come together, iron out doors. And we should not be seeing all these things that are going on in Zimbabwe, opposition against opposition, or political parties within crashing and just plotting against each other in such a way that the whole entity, the whole organization becomes weakened to such an extent that people will no longer have hope anymore. Those are some of the things that we are facing today. But we need to have honest conversations. We need to have honest conversations about these political parties. We are investing, we're investing a lot of money, we're investing a lot of emotions, we're investing a lot of time in standing behind political figures, and standing behind political parties, and standing behind people that we think at least they can be our vehicle to the next stage of our life. But at the end of the day, we end up being confronted with these realities that we are facing. But these realities, they really need us to have an honest conversation about them. And if it is time to be calling out people to say, look, this right here is not on, let us call it out. Because the moment that we begin to be doing that, I think maybe they are going to realize that the masses are not to be messed with. The people are the voters, and the people have the power to make me, and the power to destroy me. They have the power to put me there, and the power to remove me. But our situation is the other way around, whereby we think that the politicians are the ones that have the power. The power is vested in the people. And we need to be communicating that message. If we are to do something about our situation, I think the most important thing that we need to do now is to take ownership of this thing and let them know that the power that you're holding is not your power. We can take it away from you, but it needs a collected people. It needs people who can come together. Thank you very much for this enlightening conversation, ladies and gentlemen, because they get us to think. That is the most important thing. They get us to think. Right. Advocate Fulcrum has posted something to do with the Chabangu saga. He says the Chabangu saga, the facts. He said the purveyors of falsehoods are at it again, so there's a need for light to shine. It is not correct that the lawyers, led by the able and effective advocate Amanda Love and the perpetual truth Alex Muchade Hammer, withdrew the application against the speaker. He then goes on to say, the correct position is that a declaration bearing on the illegality of Mudenda's actions had been maintained, or has been maintained, sorry, and is still being sought. What was withdrawn is the interdictory relief sought in paragraph 5 attached. Applicants maintain that Mudenda conducted himself illegally. So the paragraph 5 is the one that read, the one that I read, before, in which it reads like this: respondents and all those claiming or acting through them or on their behalf be and are hereby interdicted from interfering with applicants' duties as members of parliament. So you're saying that that is the only part of that case where the speaker has been sort of stood down. So I don't know what that means now, because we were going on this we're going with this idea that those two have been dropped entirely from the conversation. What does this then mean, ladies and gentlemen? Let us speak to that. So Maigwaze, Magadi.
Makadikwa Uncle Jed, zvino kana zvamakutaura zveloi zvatitombozikanwa clue kuti tizive kuti zvinorevei Uncle Jed. What I wanted to say was just following Sister Estella's conversation with the pastor, because pastor vataura zvakanaka zvekuti hanzi we need to move.
Somebody's phone is ringing. Somebody with the phone that's ringing. Is that you, Maigwaze?
It's my phone. Can I just stop and then
right? I'll meet you now. Deal with that, and then I'll come to you. Before I go to the people whose hands are up, I want to go to Mundao. Please, Mundao, take the mic.
Yeah, manera akanaka Uncle Jed. Mangwana musi ndishanyira ndotaura nemi ndiri paairport saka handisi kure nemi ba. Ndandoda kungoti zvangu ndatoda kungotaura zvangu kuti with the observation yemasituations ari muZimbabwe, I think we have been divided into selfish people and selfless people. But the selfish people don't realize that as a good Zimbabwe, everyone will live in it nice. And the current Zimbabwe is the Zimbabwe that everyone is running away from. So if we look at it, and some of them people who are actually debating or who are cheering Shabangu are the same people who are in the diaspora. And then when you look at it and reflect, and pane chinhu chinonakidza chaitika panapa, and pandinosvika panapa mufana wangu padare anobva atiza saka pamangoona ndichipinda ndichirequesta nhingi ndo pamanzwa abva ibhisi. So he knows kuti I know him from this side of the country. These are young people who have got nothing in this country, but they just waste time and try to make other people's lives miserable. Vari kumusha indandiri kumusha muna August. Honestly speaking, uchiona upenyu huri kurarama vanhu you don't support nonsense dziri kuitwa naMnangagwa. Ende koita vanhu vakaita sana Rutenda ari pasi apo ndamuona zvangu. Vanhu vari kuva nemafama vari kutengesa zvinhu kuno but vanokutaurira kuti masanction. Unoshaya kuti munhu wachona alright muri kutengesa zvimaningi izvi zvimapizi zvichizvi zviri kuya kunoko. Motaura kuti masanction. What's all this? Yes, masanctions ariko handidi kuramba, and I would agree partly with what the pastor was saying. The European Union and America, they are not our friends. They've got their interest. Izvozvo tinozviziva. But dai tangotraya kuti sometimes tiite zvinhu zvedu, but chinoitika ndechekuti vanhu vari kuda kutraya kuataka America or ataka the European Union vari kuda kutraya kuataka through opposition which is trying to free people. And yes, we know kuti there is some mistakes that have been made before, whereby our opposition associated itself with the West. And but tikatatarisa history, pane vanoda kufollowa history chaicho tinoona kuti the West has never any interest for us. They serve their own interest. We agree with that. But chinhu chiri kuitika iye zvino ngatimbotarisai in our triple shaped country there is problems, and the problems have made good vanhu vari qualified lead, and kwangosara people who can't help themselves and people who can't afford to leave the country. And totarisa vanhu ivavo, it's not because of their failure or not their capabilities, but the failure is on the government to put things, to rule the country in a better way. Saka vanhu vamwari zvimwe zvese tinogona kunetsana togoita sei. Ana Shabangu, Shabangu is just an opportunist. And ndobva ndazitaura hangu pane ishu yemufano wangu Ngadziore naiye Shabangu, ndekuti vakomana daitanga tiine nhingi tichida kusunungura nyika. Iye zvinezvi ka vakomana ava vanogara kuna namabvuku dzarasi kwangu vacho vakarohwa mukomana. By now vakomana ava vane vana, vakomana ava vane mhuri. The moment you knock their door, that's when they will realize and learn kuti no, I'm not safe when I'm alone. Because kazhinji kachona vakomana vezanu vese nyangwe nevari panapa vanofarisa kana vari in a group. If you meet them one by one, they are not as, they are very timid. They are not as brave as they portray. Because chinhu chikuitika izvo chikuurayirwa nyika kusvika pakuti mufana anorohwa marohirwo akaitwa aya, for what? You see, those are some of the things that we need to be asking ourselves. For what? Kurohwa mwana mudiki akadaro so nesimbi nechi, for what? And ototarisa munhu acho anzi anogara kumabvuku, and pamwe atorara achidya muriwo usina mafuta. I support what Sister Estella was saying. This is exactly my thought. I think Uncle Jeza Makambotaja last time. The message, Sister Estella Panapa. That's the message I was trying to put across last time when I came. To analyze that, and sometimes when we analyze, we are giving ZANU-PF ideas. When we got Panapa, and they're just sitting in here listening to our fears, and then they use that. Saka, I don't know, and just put it against the spaces, but how can we help ourselves? And last thing, Chamisa, we are expecting Chamisa to fight everybody's war. We are so lazy that and very cowardly. Chamisa ango to deliver us, but we so where to go. In the South Africa, we are looking for a savior everywhere. And anyone who can save us is our enemy. But the only person who can save us is ourselves. And America, England, they are not, when they save us, they will come for something. And that's all I can say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
By airport. Unasiya mapaka motikari mwere panabva makwenda.
Aiwa ndozvatadita bye unokozwa amende legi bye mutenga mwe motikari kandi mune parking bye vanhu makwikwi. But anyway,
you can say that again.
Anyway, thank you very much. Right. Right. If you can take the mic and finish off what you're saying, and then after you've spoken, I want to circle back to everybody who's now on the platform. I will start with Citizen Z. Invite Mofu to come through. What seat to also come through? Gmach, Pastor Estella, and then we just get this conversation. Please let us go.
Thank you so much, Uncle Jed. Thank you for the space, which is really thought-provoking. Now, I wanted to support Sister Estella when what he said, the points he raised. Now, if the first thing is, kana iwewe usingagoni ku accept what you do wrong, how are you going to change? The first thing to change is to accept what we do wrong. So at the end of the day, we can't be on the spaces just talking about CC this, CC that, CC what. ZANU-PF should accept what they do wrong. Only then will they change. So we all sit there and accept them talking, but we never call them to order to say, can you please tell us what your government or what Mnangagwa is doing wrong? Nobody asks them those questions. Now, so once they accept what they are doing wrong, then we can move forward. But as long as they continue to fight us, when we are trying to raise points of things which are wrong and they are not supporting us to say, I agree with you, those things are very wrong. How can we join hands together? So somebody said we need to move together. Who needs to move to who? Who needs to move to who? Who needs to move to who? Mnangagwa akazvipa nzvimbo yekuti anoda kuita president weZimbabwe. Saka he is the father figure. But is he the father figure? Can our children copy from him? Can our children really say we've got a father in Zimbabwe? We can't. Because the way he speaks, the way he behaves, he never calls out for any of these abductions. He has never come out and stood up to say, what you are doing is wrong. Anotomira achiadresa vanhu achiti tinokusvashanga. Saka, is that a father figure? So how do we join together? So we need to start to see these people like Anamnangagwa to be out of the equation if we want to join together as Van Zimbabwe. Kana tichida kugadzirisa genuinely, we need to forget about people anenge Anamnangagwa. We, the children of Zimbabwe, we join hands together and we fight for our rights. And the other thing, Uncle Jade, is ignorance yevanhu vedu vekumaruwa nevekumaruseva. They need to understand that they are the ones who have got power. Just like what Sister Estella said. Once they understand that they are the ones who put people where they are, and they are the ones who take people down from where they are, then we can in mass, demonstrate that we don't want this to happen to us. But unoona vanhu vachiita protect Mnangagwa kuti isusu tisatomboenda mumastreets to show our anger. Saka, how can we come together? So somebody was saying imperialists. I understand imperialists, but we are also behaving like imperialists. And Mnangagwa vari behave like imperialists. So where do we demarcate? Who is the right imperialist? So we need to call to order people like that. So why do we always find it easy for us to blame the victim? Every time, it's always the weaker person is always blamed. It's easy to blame CCC because the one avasirivo vari kutonga nyika, avasirivo vari kuchora constitution. Nobody mentions about constitution irikuchorwa naMnangagwa. Not even once pama discussions. As vanhu vezanu vanouya vachitaura rubbish and we listen. They never talk about sensible zvinhu zvinotirwadza isu. They don't. They just come kuzotirwadzisa to add more salt to our wound. That's what they do. Now, so the other thing is, at the end of the day, people say, oh, we want to make sure CCC can lead us to where we want to be. If we want that to happen, then why are we not supporting it? Why are we not supporting it to make sure to say positive things about CCC? Then this is not the time kana tichida kugadzirisa zvinhu muZimbabwe yekuti tingablema nakuti CCC haigone. If you are saying it's the vehicle for us to get our democracy, so why are we not supporting it now? And then togadzirisa zvinhu later tagadzirisa tave nedemocracy yatiri kuda, then we sort out all those other things, the nitty-gritty things zviri kuita pre-up organization. Anyway, Uncle Jade, thank you very much.
Ndofunga muri busy kune zvokutamba because my phone calls aya pakaipa. Right. Anyway, let me call upon Citizen Z. If you can come through, please, with your contribution.
Thank you, August.
Yeah, I see now. The conversation is sort of it's taken a turn. It's taken a twist. Yeah.
Yes, but it's okay. It's okay sometimes. One thing
It's
that we
good
need.
out.
It's good. Why not? We're Zimbabweans. That's what we're good at. So one thing we have to acknowledge, guys, to be honest, or even I'm talking from my case. Yeah. I said, sit down with Chabang from get-go. Most of you refused to sit down with Chabang. You called it your own party. You're going to do what you want to do. For that case, you turn around and disengage from opinions and advices. Breaking away from the collective. You take Chabang to court. In a captured court, for that matter. No, not a court in South Africa, or a court in Zambia or in England, but in a Zimbabwean court, whereby judgments are put on based on advantages of Zambia. You went there. Yeah. And now we are watching this. And we said, or I said, this is politics. It is not anger. Sometimes you have to be able to lose a battle to win a war. Chabang is a small battle. Your internal battle. ZANU is the big war. So we're looking at the big war here. But you said, oh, no, we take on the battle with everything that we have. Then ZANU comes in, takes advantage of that. Yesterday, it was doing its primaries. It put up its candidates for the primaries. And you know what that means? The possibilities of this case turning around and going either way, 50-50.
Primaries for the by-election?
Yes. They put it up. Moti is contesting for Bulawayo South. He won. in a dubious primary as well, where they say he got imposed. But he's there. That
So
means
that they're already
counterpart is there.
preparing for the by-election.
They've already done it, Uncle. I got them prepared. They prepared yesterday. They done it. Moti was chosen yesterday on the 1st. Now, the other team is sorted out its pawns. They're going to play. Whether this goes any other way depends on what ZANU-PF therefore depends. If ZANU-PF decides to turn around and give you the case tomorrow and say you have won, that is ZANU-PF doing that. If ZANU-PF decides that you are going to lose, you are going to lose. That means we are going to turn around and have a by-election. That means now we have to turn around and do what everyone has always done on a by-election. When we said, do not participate in this election, you said no. We want to participate in the election. We've got all systems checked. Anti-rigging mechanisms. For me, shocking. Never seen them. Politically, there's nothing called anti-rigging unless you turn around and have people in ZEC, but of course, that's a story for another day. Sometimes you have to take advice, people. You cannot put yourself in a situation. Sit down would have helped this. A talking would have helped this. Stroking Chabang's head would have helped this. Kissing Chabang on the cheek would have helped this. But unfortunately, we decided, we are going to do it ourselves. So now when we are turning around and analyzing this, do not cry. When we said, guys, let's go and protest as Zimbabweans, you said no. We're not going, we're waiting for the signal. In other ways, you're not waiting for the signal, you're saying you're separating yourselves from Zimbabwe, you're going to do what your party wants to do. Now we are here. So now when we're analyzing this based on the treatment, now you get angry. Now you want to become untouchable. Now we're not supposed to talk about you. Now we're supposed to talk about ZANU-PF. But at the end of the day, this is what we're talking about, ZANU-PF. The court is held by ZANU-PF. It's called captured court for one reason. It's captured by ZANU-PF. So you see where the problem is. You have become the problem. Because when we say, guys, let's not do this, as Zimbabweans, you come out. You want to stand by yourselves. Now we have to turn around and watch again for the second time in less than 5 years. One, not even one, the strongest, the biggest opposition party, the one that can turn around and take ZANU-PF on, gets dismantled. We watched that on empty silence. Now we have to watch that now. When are you going to learn? Sometimes you sit down with people. That's what politics is. You iron out. You think Chamisa turned around and gathered the BTs and the Ngubes and everyone there without sitting down? You think they're all friends up there? They have to iron out differences on 24/7, 7 days a week. Some of them, they don't even like each other. That's humanly. But objective turns around and says, there's some things that we have to turn around and some stones that we have to turn around and swallow. You are refusing to only swallow a speck. Now, look what the speck has done. Now it's even being pumped up by, jet fueled up by ZANU-PF. So guys, when we talk, we're talking from a bigger picture here. And the bigger picture is not CCC. The bigger picture is not Chamisa. You're the ones that bring that in. It is the freedom of Zimbabwe. Let's get that right. You guys and your party is a vehicle to get us so that we can fight the bigger picture. But if then you take your vehicle and make it Zimbabwe in your head, and you think now you can defend, come on. We all make mistakes here with our political parties. But we have to turn around and correct us so that we can fight the bigger fight. Now we've got by-elections coming up. If ZANU-PF chooses. If ZANU-PF does not choose. So from now on, let's learn. Take this as a learning point.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much for that. Let's go to the next speaker. What time is it now? 18:52. Wow. You know what, Augusto, I need to go. At 8 p.m. I'm out of here. Right. What did I say again? Was it Mofo?
Pass the stick, Uncle. I'm eating, please.
All right. So what's it?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes. Welcome back.
All right. Okay. I just want to take us back a little bit. I'm sorry. For the issue, what happened today in court. I just want to remind everyone on the platform. Thank you very much for being here. There are 3 million Zimbabweans who are apolitical, meaning that they are not part of any party around the world. They're not part of any party. So the brackets you guys end up forcing people to be in, because of your own interpretation of what they're trying to say. For example, today what happened court. CCC, for example, is always talking about how the courts are captured. ZANU-PF inema courts chi, right? Then you write in your petition that ZANU-PF is the reason why we are being recalled. Then you find your lawyer apologizing on your behalf. Where is the wisdom in that? Honestly, some of these things, you can't make the stuff up. Like, you wonder who is advising these people. Like, who I also blame our education system, because we are not educated in politics, to be honest, because okay, if you're saying the courts are captured, for example, and then you write to the courts, for example, the courts are captured, and then you expect them to make a judgment on that, there's no wisdom in that. That's just something I just wanted to just say out of the side. A second comment that I wanted to pass on what has been going on is that CCC and ZANU-PF, they make social media very hostile. CCC is not any different to ZANU-PF, because when you try and engage in a conversation, if you even ask a question, like for example, the question that I asked today, that a simple thing, people start labeling you to make you feel uncomfortable to ask questions. And what I appreciated from what you said earlier today was that let us be honest, let us be real, let us have a real conversation. Uncle Jed, people are not ready for a real conversation. People are not ready for honesty. People, we have delusion of grandeur. We've been so indoctrinated that we cannot even think for ourselves, where if you're not worshiping somebody, you cannot have your own honest thought. And in your own honest thought, you cannot be pure and sincere. And it's a real problem, to be honest. It's a real problem. You see a lot of the infight that people are claiming is happening, CCC or ZANU-PF or whatever is going on, is because of that. When you almost have an independent thought, people attack you. They start coming for you and all this stuff. What we want is, we want our parents in Zimbabwe, we want everyone to be free. We want hospitals to have medication. We want minerals to be divided equally. We want all the GDP to make sense. We want to see all the documents that needs to be seen, right? We want that. Every nation is corrupt, all right. Okay, hey, those people who say every nation is corrupt, okay, fine, whatever. But even in those corrupt nations, we can see some form of documentation. We can see some form of legitimacy somewhere. All I'm saying is that we must remember in our spaces that not everyone is CCC, not everyone is ZANU-PF. There is a huge chunk of Zimbabweans who are productive, who are contributing to the GDP, who are not involved in politics, because they don't find a space, because it's so toxic. And you guys are very toxic, and that's the truth. Today, CCC did a terrible performance, court, I personally feel, because not the lawyer, but the applications, where you're finding your lawyer apologizing for you before the court. It's embarrassing. And then tomorrow, if the judge says, okay, in favor of Uriri and team and Anatabangu, and then we're going to say, hey, we knew from the beginning was, no, but if I know, for example, if I'm going to Satan and I say Satan is because, like, am I mad? Why would you put that even in your application? Like, where is the wisdom in that? We must be wise in our actions, in everything that we do. Like, honestly, sometimes I feel like, is there even a plan at all? Because sometimes or not. Anyway, thank you very much, Uncle Jed. I think I'm done. I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Right. We're all coming here fired up and everything. Right. Let's go to right. Okay. Estella, do you want to say something before I bring in new speakers? Right. Okay. Ziva, Natadini are the new speakers. Saka, yeah.
Hi, Uncle Jed. How everybody?
I'm good.
I think I just want to start by saying humility is something.
Yeah, all right. But it's
all right. Murguni is where Uncle Jed.
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to say maybe my comment from what the last speaker is saying. I think humility is very important. I think as we gather here, we want to learn from each other, want to share ideas, opinions, and stuff like that. But when we start telling each other, Ana Jera, Ana what, and then you listen to what that person is saying, and then you find it's just good to be humble and converse with others without trying to put across such sentiments. So I just wanted to comment on that. So and then going back to the other speaker who was speaking last, who spoke before my sister Abamutoro, I think it's also important not to force our opinions or what we think on others. The idea, you guys, I told you, and you didn't listen. Even one, people have got organizations that have got policies, that have got direction, that has got consensus. Saka iwe kana uchiti ndakakuudzai unoda kuti ana akuteerere iwewe just because you think your opinion is what matters. I think sometimes we fix our ideas and our thoughts and we try to impose them on others. So I think that's not the right thing to do, and it doesn't really take us forward as a nation and as a people. So it's good if you have an opinion, your opinion can be rejected by those whom you want to take that opinion. They can reject it because whatever in my belief about the decisions that have been made by Triple C, right from the decision to participate in the elections, I think whether they did not succeed or they did not get the ultimate, what is very, very important that has come out of that process is there are so many things that we have learned that we didn't know, and that the outside world didn't know about our situation as Zimbabwe. And those things were revealed by that process, that decision to go and participate in that election. It really, even among ourselves, among Zimbabweans, there are certain things that we didn't know, that this is exactly what has been happening all this time. So it's important. For that reason, we have actually advanced the democratic struggle. And then he's talking about the decision to negotiate or not negotiate with Chabang. Why would you negotiate with somebody whom you clearly see that he's being handled by other people? So you think if you negotiate with him, you're going to come up with a better outcome. Yet you see clearly that this guy is not on his own. I just encourage, if there are those who hadn't watched the interview that Chabangu had yesterday on ZFM, it's embarrassing. You can see that this kind of, if this is what has led to the situation we have as a country, it's very embarrassing. And all these things are going to leave us as a country in a very bad situation to not only the outside world that is further than the region, within our region. It's everybody will ask, but how can this even happen? And somebody who is insisting and suggesting that these guys should have negotiated with that guy. How can you negotiate with the guy who is showing all those tendencies? I tell you, there were more than 5 tendencies that that guy showed in that interview that doesn't qualify even him holding a position, the lowest of a position in a political party. And then somebody is suggesting that you should go and negotiate with that person. That's ridiculous. So we have our opinions. It doesn't mean that if we have our opinions, then they should stick to other people and to other institutions, right? I think that's my contribution.
Right. Okay. Let's go to Tadini. Okay. All right. Let's go to Tadini. Grab the mic, please, and let's hear your contribution. Tadini, take the mic.
Yeah, Uncle, ndiri kunzwikira.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Thank you for the space. First thing.
Excuse me, Uncle Jed, this Kukun's way. So if it's my turn to speak, please can somebody else on the panel let me know?
Right. Mirai, so I'm going to drop you and then I'll bring you, back up. Tadini, quickly. Okay. Tadini, you can talk.
All right, thank you. First thing, I think the court case, the theatrics, they were all disappointing. I was hoping that today we would lay to rest the issue of who is Chabangu. Is he a member of CCC and does he have a position, or at least a position that he claims in the CCC? Nothing of that effect came to the public, unless maybe it was hidden in the big bags, and those bags were then handed over to the judge who's presiding over the matter. But as the case stands, it continued to be accusations from one side flying to the other side without any proof. Chabangu still maintains that he is the interim SG and acted in accordance with what he is allowed to do with the party, and he's actually saying he's representing the party. Then the other side went on again on an onslaught of accusations, saying, no, he has to prove that he is. So at the end of the day, when it comes to us, the general public, if we are looking at just the hearings, there is no evidence that was presented. And I was hoping today CCC would come up and say, no, Chabangu is not part of us. This is the evidence that we have that is not part of us. He has never been part of us. The unfortunate thing is that CCC wasn't even present in the proceedings. But I was hoping that through the lawyers that are representing the MPs who happen to be members of CCC, somehow the voice of CCC would be heard and that evidence would be presented. What actually ended up happening is that the the MPs represented by their lawyers are asking Chabangu to prove his claims, and he is asking them in return to prove that his claims are false. So it's really sad. It's really sad. Hapana here one wavo anokwanisa kungosumuka oti iyi evidence yedu chikunzi tine constitution manyepo selection criteria yakaitika ndeiyi. Chabangu is nowhere there. That's what I thought would happen today. Unfortunately, it didn't. I'm hoping that maybe that evidence was hidden somewhere in those big bags and it was given to the judge. But as it stands, if what we heard is all that the judge has, I think for me, it's unfortunate. The case is going to come up in favor of Chabangu. Then the next thing was kupfeka apologies. Kupfeka apologies, ticha apologize kuna Ningrini Speaker of Parliament, ticha apologize kuna President of the Senate. That was just unfortunate. That was just unfortunate given the vial that has been thrown around by representatives of the CC, supporters of the CC, supporters of opposition, myself included. And it's where we get to a point and say, no, Mudenda has nothing to do with this, but he's just acting in accordance with his position in the law. And our case is actually only with Chabangu. That's unfortunate, given that also these folks knew that all this while, but might have continued to string people on the idea that there is actually something that Mudenda has done wrong. It's really unfortunate. So are we saying that Mudenda is in the right and nothing he has done absolutely nothing wrong? That's just something that really kicked me in the jaw. Really, could you
but the advocate Tabani, whatever this he has done, he did something wrong. He entered on illegal, recourse.
Yeah, but if you say we're apologizing for having him there and we don't want him there, it means that you're saying that that's not true. You don't have an issue with him. I mean, they might have said that as an undertone, but the final or the conclusion in their position is that he has nothing to answer for. You see? They are saying the president and the speaker have nothing to answer for. They just acted in accordance with the law. And they are saying that the only case that they actually have is with the person who's claiming to be SG, and that person is not SG. But the unfortunate thing, they also did not present evidence to show that he's not SG. And he didn't do the same, represented by his lawyers. He only just came up, wakati, SG, SG, ndevapi. Unzi ava, ovatu, ava, vasi ma-CC ava. Vanhu vari kungonyepawo kuti ma-CC. In fact, CC haisimo muno mukoti. That's what it goes to. It got to a point yekuti hainotombouya mukoti, saka ava hameno kuti ndivanani ava vari kuzviita handisi SG. So it was unfortunate. I thought the citizens would be furnished with evidence that strikes out Chabangu, and we know that this case is rested. Or even the unfortunate, where Chabangu generates evidence, yes, I am a member of the CC, and yes, I am the interim SG. Then at least we would know what to fight for. If Chabangu provided that information in evidence, in the SG, tese taimuka makusento no advocate and your other fellows, please have conversations with this guy. It's an internal issue. It's an internal issue. Maybe because I'm slow. That is, if he had presented that evidence, we would be following that path, and then this can be resolved internally. But that evidence is not there. Then on the other side, those folks have also not presented evidence that he is not. At least from this point, we just know clown, you can go fake, and the clown is just enjoying, maybe manipulating the system. We can't also now say that enjoying the favor of the speaker, because clearly we have absolved the speaker of any wrongdoing. So that's the unfortunate thing. Then I think lastly, so that's from the court case, and I think lastly it's the issue here, us not knowing exactly, we have people that claim to understand the situation of Zimbabwe, and then they shout at the top of their voices, Zimbabwe is not normal, Zimbabwe is not normal. But yet they're asking us to behave as if Zimbabwe is normal. So Munanokudza kuti ZANU-PF is responsible for this, and no one else is to blame. So how do we resolve it? We should resolve it through the proper means. How do you resolve it through the proper means when you claim that all those means are in the hands of ZANU-PF? Does it therefore not mean that us as opposition have to come up with methods and strategies that are outside the norm, that do not expect to receive any favor from the state? Kuti ndisu tikufana kutozviprotect against ZANU-PF. Come up with mechanisms, come up with institutions that know what ZANU-PF is going to do, and therefore guard against that, rather than for us to continue to expect ZANU-PF to play nice. And this was why we continue on that trajectory. Because if we don't take the responsibility, we're afraid of taking the responsibility. We don't want to take the responsibility that no matter what, the issue of guarding ourselves against ZANU-PF is going to be our responsibility. You can blame ZANU-PF all you like. You're actually right that it's responsible for that. But it is our responsibility to stop them from doing what they're doing to us. As long as we don't come up with means to stop them from doing that, we can blame them all we like, and we'll be correct. But we can't run away from the fact that we have to be responsible to guard against what we're blaming them for doing to us. They will always do that. As an example, we know that beggars steal. That's why they are beggars, right? You don't keep on blaming them. Guys, no, you buy burglar bars, you put up a drawer, you buy pit bulls, you buy a gun, you put up razor wire, burglar bars on your window, all that stuff. You don't just sit down and say, no, it's not my fault. But it seems that in the case of these politics, somehow our thinking becomes warped. And we say, no, we have to just sit down and say, Imosha, Yang Green, yes, ZANU-PF. When are we going to come back and say, yes, Imosha is ZANU-PF, that they happen to be who they are, and they act in the manner that they act as an opponent? When are we going to start to barricade and reinforce ourselves against the non-behavior of ZANU-PF? It cannot be a method that will bring salvation or independence to the Zimbabweans. Could every time we sit down and blame ZANU-PF for things that we know that are obvious. I'll end on this example, the most recent, kutorwa kwemunhu street. That has been the behavior of ZANU-PF since when? Since I became aware of understanding politics, or maybe just language. ZANU-PF has been doing that. That's what they've been doing, until he's dead. Like that's what they've been accused of up to this point. So how is it helping us that we sit and continue to accuse them and to hold a press conferences that this is their behavior? How is that helping us? It's unfortunate. But anyway, thank you, Oma Gerard.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much for that. Let's go to my brother Ndaba, and then you're going to be followed by Zimbabwe. Let's go with that order, please.
Oh, thank you, Malume. I want to ask Dr. Tadini. He is talking about the need for evidence to have been produced at the court. Can I give you an example? I claim to write on Uncle Gerard's popularity, then I claim to be his son. I go on impregnating women, taking advantage that he is popular, he is known. Then will you need evidence when Uncle Gerald says I'm not his son?
Sorry, repeat it again. Pane pandapotsa. Mati Uncle Gerard very popular nei.
For hosting these spaces, then I write on that, go on a spree of impregnating women. And I tell people that I'm Uncle Gerald's son. Then he comes up in the open and says, no, Vicky is not my son. Will you need evidence for me to prove that I'm his son?
The unfortunate thing is that's how courts work. If you end up in a court, that's how it works. Mukadzi pa road akatongondinongedza akati, this is my